Okay, let's get to it. Here is our math review. Yay. Today is not about making sure you get every math problem right. I want to review, and I started with the low hanging fruit that I know everybody should know, unless you're in California. I started with the problems I know you're going to see on the exam, regardless of the state. And if you can get these right, if we can just memorize a formula, these are the low hanging fruit problems. These aren't, doesn't mean they're easy. It doesn't mean you should feel silly if you don't know how to do them. What it means is these are the ones that it'll be easier. So let's say somebody was in class and said they were testing on Tuesday. The first couple types of problems we're learning between now and Tuesday, they don't get too complicated. You can memorize how to do these problems and get those points. Make sense? And our first one is arguably one of the most important from our point of view. The first one we're going to do is brokerage commissions because we know this is how you get paid. So, number one, we can all see my screen. Hey, Kivani. A home sells for $300,000. The listings agent's commission rate is 6%. How much total commission will be paid? All right. Now, I know most of you, even before you took this class, you could do this problem. So I want you to take a moment and do it. Just take a moment and do it. If you want to put your answer in the chat, you can. I just want to make sure you're good with some basics. And then I'll show you how I'll do it. And I have my little calculator here. Do, 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 do. You all feel good about that? Yes? And if you were trying to do this and you memorized some formulas, we know for commissions, if you take the sales price and you multiply it by the commission rate, you would get the amount of commission. We love that. First problem right. That's a point on the test. Look, D is for diploma, y'all. We are just trying to get problems right. Now, we also know they're not going to stay that easy because obviously the real estate gods hate us. They get a little bit more complicated. So we've got this one. Number 2 reads, a property sells for $450,000 with a total commission of 5.5%. The listing side gets 60% of the total commission, and the selling side gets 40%. If the listing agent splits their commission 70-30 with their broker, the agent keeps 70%. How much does the listing agent receive? Now, this is the kind of problem in our first one where sometimes people who don't look like math, and this would be me for any other type of math besides real estate math, where I go, I don't care. There's too many numbers. Why? Isn't this why we hire accountants? But unfortunately, we are talking about how much you're going to get paid. So I feel like there's two types of people when it comes to math. There are those people who feel really comfortable in the math and they look at this and they just know what to do with each number. They're like, oh, I'm going to have to take this number and then I'm going to have to do this with it. And then I'm going to have to do that. My dad's one of those people. He's like, yeah, if you take 72,952, you divide it by 12, then you multiply by 4.4. Candace, I don't understand why you don't understand. This is the answer. And I'm like, I'm still trying to write down the first number, Pops. Right? So if that is you, which I'm assuming is because you're here, when it comes to the commission problems, I would encourage you to use a commission tree. I would encourage you to use a commission tree because we're talking about where money is being passed out to. So what do I mean by a commission tree? Well, I should have one in here. Ah, here it is. I call it a commission tree, but it's kind of upside down. So I guess commission flow chart. I don't know. But let's take a look at our commission flow chart. We know that everything that we kind of talk about in this class, sometimes you're going to have a list price. And we know when we're doing our questions, they could ask you, hey, if there's a list price or you're the agent, should you, how are you going to put, if your seller says they want $400,000, how are you going to put that into the MLS? And we want to say, we're going to go a little bit higher because there's going to be room for negotiation. Right. So there's the list price, what you put it on the market for, but then you got the sales price. This is the contract price. What did this buyer and this seller agree that they wanted to sell this thing for? And whatever that sales price is, this is where somebody's going to be paid a commission. Now, I want to take a little side note to say, if this was before last year, across the United States, generally, there was one commission paid to the listing agent. And that listing agent put their listing in the MLS and they were promising to pay a buyer's agent. And that is how we are going to continue to do this math. However, I don't want to send you all out into the world unprepared. And some of you all know that there was a huge lawsuit. It doesn't happen all the time, guaranteed like this. Please do not, if you decide to go into residential real estate, just assume a seller or a seller's agent is going to pay your commission. That is a discussion that needs to be had with your broker or North Carolina broker in charge, with your broker about how am I going to get paid. You're still going to hopefully get paid. It's just there's a couple more hoops we have to jump through in order to guarantee it. Does everybody understand? Yes. Has everybody heard of said lawsuit? Yes. I should hope so. If you haven't, you should probably take a look on YouTube because it's going to affect a lot of things. So we're just going to assume it's olden times and there's a rate of commission. So maybe that might be 6%. I'm just using 6, not that there's a normal amount. And whatever that total commission was, we know it gets split between the firm, the broker who listed the property, put it in the MLS, and the agent who found the buyer. Now, usually that will be a buyer's agent, but we're not going into agency today. It could, in theory, be a seller's agent. More importantly, when you test, the words you might see is this would be the listing. And then the other word for the person or the firm or the broker who found the buyer is the selling agent. I don't want you to get this wrong on the test, whether it's this math question or any type of agency question. It's about listing agent. They put it in the MLS, and selling. It's the person who walked through and was like, oh, did you see how lovely the light is in this window? They're the ones that found the buyer. Does everybody understand? It gets a little confusing, but it can be about, we're talking about the actions. Listing, what was the action the agent did? They listed the property. Selling, what is the action the agent did? They sold the property. They found that buyer. Versus talking about seller's agent, who do you represent? Buyer's agent, who do you represent? It's a little trick. So we know there would have been a total commission, and then that got split. Maybe, hopefully, if you're lucky, it's a 50-50% split. So that total commission was paid to, however, maybe it was the attorney or the title company. They gave 50% of that total commission to the listing agent, 50% to the selling agent. And remember, your clients, when you all finish this, didn't hire you. They hired your broker. They hired your firm. They hired your supervising broker, the person above you. That's not your money. That's your company's money. And you're going to have to figure out a split here. So yes, your company's going to get a check for maybe $20,000 and you get to take half of it. Or maybe you get to take 60% of it, or maybe you get to take 70% of it. That's what you all are going to negotiate when you go to find a company. When you want to find a broker who you're going to be working underneath, that's what you all negotiate. There's no normal amount for that. It depends. Some company, somebody might offer you 95% of what you bring in. Right? Some companies might say, we'll offer you 65, but what are you getting for the portion that's going to the broker? And then you could do the other side. Does this tree make sense to everybody? Yes. So when I see a problem like the one that we had here, I tend to go ahead and put it into a tree. Because what I know is when you use a tree, if they give you, like, let's say you start at sales price. If we start here, what you're going to do is you multiply the numbers down. But if they said, hey, an agent received X amount, if they were like, hey, what's this number? Or sorry, I shouldn't say that. If they say they give you this number and they want to know what's the sales price, well, then you're moving up the chart and you're going to divide up. I know that seems crazy right now, but just remember, you multiply down and you divide up. And obviously you can't take this chart into the exam with you, so you just kind of write it out yourself. So I know there's going to be a sales price. There's going to be a rate of commission. There's going to be an amount of commission. And then I know there's going to be a listing side. There's going to be a selling side. There'll be some kind of split here. And then whatever that dollar amount is, that is generally going to be a percent to the agent and a percent to the broker or the BIC. And then the same thing over here. Did I lose anybody? Okay. So now that I've written out this tree, I can just start to fill in. And this is really important because sometimes when you get these problems, they don't give you the numbers in the right order. Sometimes they'll give you the numbers and they'll say how much, like this line right here, the listing agent splits their commission 70-30 with their broker. Sometimes that information is at the beginning of the problem. It's expecting you to know where it goes so that you know what you need to do with this number. I see y'all geniuses getting the right answer. I see y'all in my chat, but that's okay. We're excited if you get the right answer. I know I have a couple people here where this is the first time they're doing this math, and so, you know. So we just go through. A property sells for $450. Boom. $450 goes here. And a total commission of 5.5%. That would go there. The listing side gets 60% of the commission and the selling side gets 40. So we can't always assume it's 50-50. 60% here, 40% there. If the listing agent splits their commission 70-30 with their broker and the agent keeps 70, so agent keeps 70%, the broker gets 30%. How much does the listing agent receive? This is where I'm trying to be right here. So now that I filled this out, and I know I'm just going to go ahead and expect you all. If you have a question, please don't hesitate to say, hey, Candace, explain that again. Remember, I said you multiply down. So what am I going to do? I'm going to take $450,000 and I'm going to multiply it by 5.5%. So for 50 times 5.5%, I got 24,750. Notice I said that with a little question mark behind it because you all will find out I am number stupid. I will do numbers wrong all the time. So I'm saying, confirm, did you get 24,752? Because y'all know I got fat fingers. You know I do. You have seen me do this math before. Don't laugh at me, Antonio. You know I have fat fingers. You know I'll be like, I don't even know. I don't even know. Right? So then we're going to say, well, we got to split it. We're looking and we're dealing with the listing side. We don't need the selling side. This is great. Don't care. Not me. So I've got to find 60% of 24,750. So I'm moving down the chain. I'm going to multiply. So 24,750 times 60% gives me 14,850. That's what the listing broker received, what the firm, what the office received. That ain't your money. They didn't hire you. They hired the broker. You get to keep 70% of that. So I'm going to move down. I multiply down. That's going to give me 14,850 times 70%. And this is how people in the chat got the $10,395,000. The way I did that was not the fastest way. The math is the same, but that's not the fastest way. Some of y'all were able to look at this and just know, hey, if I take the sales price and I multiply it by 5.5%, that's going to give me an answer. I'm going to take that answer, multiply it by 60%, which gives me an answer that I'm then going to multiply by 70%, and boom, there's my answer choice. Like if I wrote this out algebraically, we're doing the same math. This little tree is for those of you all who are like, there's way too many numbers and I need to organize it. Clear? Okay. Let's move on. An agent lists a home for $520,000. Oh, you get that. I'm glad that helped, Stacy. An agent lists a home for $520,000, but it sells for $495,000. Look at that, our first trick. And by trick, I mean you all have seen me do this. If I'm not careful, I will start to do this entire problem basing all of my numbers off of 520. That's why you see me highlighting. Or sometimes if you watch my YouTube videos, I'll like list out what all the numbers are. I'll be like, oh, this is the list price. And I'll put it here. And this is the sales price. And I'll put it there. And then I might, put a box around that one to, say what it is. Do what you need to do to make sure you use the right numbers. But we want it sold for $495. This $520, let's put that out of our head, because we're not going to be using that later. The total commission is 6%, split equally between the listing and selling sides, which hopefully split equally means 50-50. The listing agent has an 80-20 split with their brokerage. The agent keeps 80%. Additionally, an agent must pay a $395 transaction fee to their brokerage. What is the agent's net commission after the transaction fee? All right, so what do? We make a tree. I know that there's a sales price, and that was the $495. And I know there was a 6% commission. So that means the total commission is $495 times 6% equals, I got 29,700. That's total commission. And then it said it was split 50-50. Selling side, listing side.
Candice, I'm sorry, I'm lost. 495,000 minus is not multiply by 6%, because sorry, I'm lost.
Let me make sure I did my math right.
I,
495 times 6%. Yes, I multiplied because if this was the tree, I need to multiply down. So I took 495 multiplied by 6%, and that gave me this number. Does that make sense, Elena?
yes,
Hello?
yes, Candice,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Gotcha. Good. Just making sure. And then I'm still moving down the tree. There's a 50% commission, so I multiply down. I'm going to do 29,700 times 50%. So that's going to give me to the firm, to the broker, or the firm or the company, 14,850. That's what the broker received. But the problem told us that, hey, there's an 80% split. So whatever that 14,850 is, well, that's what the broker got. The agent gets 80%. The broker is keeping 20%. So I'm going to take 14,850 and multiply by 80%, which is 11,880, which will be an answer choice. But do we all understand this is the wrong answer choice? Because we have something else to do, don't we? There is this $3.95 transaction fee to their brokerage. We call that a ripoff. You just took 20%. Why are you taking a transaction fee of $3.95? But okay, maybe you're getting something for that transaction fee. That's a conversation for you to negotiate. So the answer is not going to be 11,880. You still need to take out that, because it's asking you, what does the agent net? And when I see that word net, I think, what do you get? What do you get to take home? It's like the first time you got your paycheck when you got a job, when you were like 15, 16, 17, 18, I don't know, 21. Maybe you all haven't had a job. If so, are you single? Can I marry you? But I mean, because you're rich, not because you're just lazy. Remember, you calculated how much your hourly was supposed to be, and then nobody told you to take out for taxes. And then you were like, what happened to all this money? And who's, why? So we got to subtract it out. That's your net. It's what you take home. So we're going to subtract out of that the 395. Subtract 395. And that gives me 11,485. How you feel about that? Yay? Give me some nods. I know it's 7 o'clock, or in the East Coast it's 7 o'clock on a Friday. All right.
Candice, quick question. Can we use calculator
Mhm.
in our exam? We can, right?
For most of you all, yes. There's a couple of states where they're going to want you to use the one on the screen, but most people it's yes. And most of you all will be able to have like a basic calculator. No, like, the
Okay.
big blue graphing calculator we all had in high school.
Thank
The
you
big
so
Yeah.
old
much,
break.
Candice. Very good explanation.
Oh, thank you,
Uh,
Elena. This is what something as simple as this. I like this one because I fat finger things, and I like the
mhm.
fact the little thing tilts up. Generally, as long as it doesn't store information, you can have it. All right.
Yeah. And the way you broke it down, that definitely give us a sense of confidence that we are not missing on any number, we are not missing on any step, and the answer is correct. So with the big problem, I think it's an easy solution. Thank you for this. It's
You are
really
very
helpful.
welcome. I wish we could, draw out all the problems like this, but commissions. Oh, good, Trisha. It's finally starting to make sense.
Me
I
too,
love
me
that.
too. Thank you so much. Thank you, Candice.
All right. Now, I do want to show you because I think, yeah, go down to something else. I told you all you could multiply down, but you would divide up. So I just want to show you what I mean, even though I didn't give you one of these, because today is really about making sure you know how to do the basic problems, But if you all come on a Wednesday or Friday and just say, hey, Candace, can we go back to what we talked about? I don't mind doing one of these on the lives during one of the live office hours. So I'm going to use red.
Candice, I wanna also, can we do short way on a viz or not? Sorry.
Can you do what?
The short way.
Yeah. The math is the same, but I will show you what it looks like done out in a moment. So this problem could have said, boop, and I'm going to do everything in red. What was the sales price if the agent received, and I'm just going to, say here, 11,485. Does everybody see it's a similar problem? We're just flipping it. So what I'm saying with this is you're starting here. Now, this whole, you have to add back in that 395. That's not a normal thing, but let's assume that you could at least get here. To get your answers, you do the opposite. You would take 11,880 and divide by 80%, and that gives you 14,850. You're going up, so you divide. You would know there's this, hey, that number is 14,850. So now I need to take that number and divide by 50%, and that would give me that number. And whatever that number is, we would divide it by 6%, and that would give me that number. Does everybody see what I mean when I say divide up? Again, I can totally do some of these during a live. On Wednesdays, the lives are at, what time are they? 7 p.m. No, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Losing my mind. Dude, 6 p.m. Although I might move it later, Eastern. And Fridays are at 3 p.m. Eastern. But if you just go to my YouTube page, you'll see it there. All right, does everybody feel like you could get a commission problem right? Sweet. You don't have to get math perfection. We just got to get some of the math right. That's all we want. And Lori, you are welcome to kick in anything you want during this time. Now, I did have a request that could I show you what it would look like if we just did it plain math? So sometimes you all have watched videos and it'll be me and Chris. And if you're one of those people that loves math and you get it, I always encourage them, go to Chris. Chris is who I have when I give y'all math stuff and I want to make sure it's right. I sent it to Chris. Chris is like, just and I'm like, shut up. So what, you can math, whatever. But are you pretty though? So if you were to do this, what he would have done is he would have said 495,000 times 6% would give him 29,700. He's going to take that 29. Okay, you're going to stupid pencil. 29,700. He's going to multiply it by 50%, and that's going to give him the 14,850. He would have taken the 14,850 and multiplied that by 80%, which is going to give him the 11,880. And then he's going to know, oh, I got to subtract out that 395. So the 11,880 minus the 395 gave us our final number of 11,485. And I think that is the hard part about math. Like when you look at answer keys, you kind of just get this and you don't get the whys. When you're just looking at an answer key, it doesn't tell you, well, why did you do that? This outline kind of tells you why you did it. But in some of these other problems, it's like, but why? I mean, you're telling me to do that to the number, but why? That's where I think people have issues. And you can, that just takes practice. Go for it, Elena.
Sorry, why it's like 395? It's like a 20% of the broker? Because
So
I'm lost.
sometimes companies just, a company is a business and they're just going to take monies from you. So when you all go to talk to find a broker, if you're going into, whether you're going to residential or commercial, if you're in property management, it's a little different. But whether you go into residential or commercial, there's going to be a split between you, the agent, and that company or that firm. And sometimes there's other fees besides the split. So let's say you went someplace like, I'll pick on Keller Williams because I'm with Keller Williams. There's going to be your split with your office, but that's your local homegrown, your broker who you talk to. The company, as an international company, might charge you a franchise fee. Because you use the words Keller Williams, you're going to have a franchise fee. But Coldwell Banker does that. Century 21 does that. A lot of these larger companies, yes, you have your split with your broker, with your particular broker, but there may be additional fees. And when you talk to people, to possible brokers, you ask them, what would a split look like? You can ask them to do this math. Let's say I sold a house for $600,000. Could you show me what my take home from this would be? How do you do the math for the agents? That's a really important question, guys, that you should ask. And if they can't explain it to you, so you run. You run like the Dickens. Run. All right, Lori, I said if you want to add anything, you're welcome to.
Candace,
Candace, what is?
Wait, hold on, everybody. Lori, we can't hear you. You're muted on your second thing. Because you're in here twice. Lori's another teacher, y'all. Yeah, if you want to say something, you can just unmute.
hi. I want to say something.
Wait,
I want to
hold that
ask
thought,
you.
Anita. Hold it.
Okay, stop, stop.
Lori, are you trying to say something? You are trying to? Okay, she's typing it. She's probably just having some thingies. Okay, while she's typing, go for it, Anita, and then we'll go back to Lori. Oh, Lori said, don't choose a firm by its split. Now, there is some good advice right there. Do not choose the 95% just because you want more money, because you get what you pay for. And as baby agents, you want somebody to be there with you. All right, Anita, I'm ready. What were you going to say?
I have a question here, right? Do we show our work? Like, there's a problem. Do we need to show our work? How did we find the answer? There's going to be multiple choice questions. So you need to just click on the right answer.
You just need to click on the right answer. And therefore, sometimes some people will say, well, I'm just going to put the answer choices in, work the math, and see which one is right. You can do that too. But today is just about showing you how I did it so that even if you were plugging in the answer, you could work it backwards. All right. The next type of problem that we're going to do is called a net to seller, or really, I think this is another problem that you're going to have to do, especially if you're listing houses. If you go to an appointment, so let's say Lori wants to sell her house. She might say to me, hey, Candace, look, I want to walk away with $200,000 in my pocket. What do we need to sell the house for so that I get $200,000 and you get a 6% commission? Does everybody see what I'm saying there? So this is known as a net to seller, and it's the other type of math that you really need to be able to do so that you don't put your seller in a bad position. They need to know what's the minimum sales price this house can sell for so that I have all the monies that I need. Now, another way this might come up is I'm a fan, and there's not a right or wrong. I'm a fan of sellers getting a house inspected beforehand. And then they might find out, oh, I got to spend $10,000 for this and $12,000 for this, and maybe $5,000 for this. Okay, we got to work that into the sales price, boo. We need to know how much we need to charge this buyer so it covers my commission, your repairs, and whatever else you need to cover. Because guess what? If something has to take a hit as far as not getting paid, it's probably going to be you as an agent. So this math is really important. More importantly, I want you to know why we're doing it. This is math that you are going to have to use in sales. So, net to seller. What I think I want to do is show you what we will be doing. So, the seller's net refers to the amount of money the seller receives in hand after paying all commissions and any other monies due at closing. Now, there is, in theory, a formula. Take 100% minus the commission rate, which I call the everything, stop that, but commission. Stop. You take your desired net plus the closing cost plus the loan payoff, and you divide it by that EBC. I mean, like, I'm not a huge fan of memorizing formulas, but some people are. I'm going to show you the why. I'm going to show you the why we do things. How do we do it? But for those people who like to just go, look, Candace, just show me what to do. Here you go. This is the formula. Now, I like to teach this visually before I do it algebraically. I want to teach it visually before I do it algebraically. So, a seller netted $188,000 after paying a $6,000 6% commission and $2,200. Y'all, it's been a day. Let's try this again. I can read. Reading is fundamental. A seller netted $188,000 after paying a 6% commission and $2,000 in closing costs. What was the sales price of the home? Well, when it comes to the net to seller, I like to think of this block being 100% the same way. Y'all remember being in school, you learned the circle was 100%. Doesn't matter if you use a circle or if you use a block. I like blocks because it's a little easier for me to write numbers, but I will do it in a circle form too. Our 100% is the minimum sales price. In this case, our 100% is the minimum sales price. And that means what we're saying is, look, this seller, they took home $188,000 and they paid $2,000 in closing costs, and there was a 6% commission. So if you added this number and that number, those three numbers together, it's going to give you the sales price. I could do the same thing over here. There was a 6% commission. There was $2,000 for something, and then you have the $188,000. And all of that would meet the total sales price. Does everybody understand the visual?
I'm confused. I'm confused. So you took
Go for
the
it.
188,000 and you added the 2,000. Then you're gonna add the 6%. You're not gonna multiply it.
Well, we eventually will.
Okay.
What we're doing is conceptually, if you were the seller, Stephen, if I said, and I'm going to do this is how people get it wrong. So I don't want you to do it this way, but I'm going to tell you why we're doing it this way. Let's say I was your agent and I said, let's pick a different color because I'm going to erase it. In fact, I'll do it in red. If I was meeting with you and I said, okay, well, Stephen, you want to make 188,000. You need that. And you need to walk away with $2,000. That's, $190,000. Plus, there's a 6% commission. And what a lot of people would do is say, hey, Let me find 6% of 190. And that's 11,400. So let me add the 188 plus the 2,000 plus the 11,400. And when you add all those numbers together, you would get 201,400. Does that make sense? This is the wrong way. This is how people do it. Here's the problem. If I take 201,400 and I multiply it by 6%, that's $12,084. You just paid yourself 11,400. Like, we're supposed to get paid commission off of the total sales price, not off of what the seller needs. So you can't do the math that way. I'm talking about the concept of it. We know there's a 6%, but like this is a dollar amount, this is a dollar amount, and this is a percentage. That's like apples and oranges. We can't do that. We can't just add the 6% in. We're going to have to manipulate these numbers in a different manner. So that's why we're going to do it differently. But more importantly, and so I'm glad you asked, and thank you for being honest, this is why we're not going to do it that way. When I see students get this problem wrong, it's because they've done that, which in theory seems to make sense, but it ain't. It's not right. So let me show you what we are going to do. So I'm going to erase it. That's why I did it in red. Now, would we all agree? She's purple. I said from here to here equals 100%. Like that's our total. That's 100%. Everybody get what I'm saying? The whole block is 100%, just like this whole circle is 100%. Well, if I chop off 6%, what does that give me from here to here? If you have 100% of something and you take away 6% of something, what does that leave us with?
94%.
94%. There we go. I could do the same thing over here. If you have this part right here, and you got this 2,000 right here, and we know that little piece right there is 6%, do we all understand that the yellow is equal to 94%? Does everybody see how these are the same? It's just a matter of, for some people, circles work better. For some people, bars work better. So what I know is that if I take 188,000 plus 2,000, if I add those two numbers together, I get 190,000 when I added those two problems. So I know $190,000 is 94% of the minimum sales price. If we sell this house for 190,000, if Stephen is a seller and we sell this house for $190,000, he's going to have $188,000 to put in his pocket. He's going to have $2,000 for closing costs. And what's he going to pay me? You're cute, Stephen, but you ain't that cute. I'm not doing this for free. I got to charge you money above and beyond that. So 190,000 is not everything. It's not 100% of what Stephen needs. It turns out 190,000 is only 94% of what Stephen needed. I still got to come up with an amount that's a 6%. Did I lose anybody? So what I can do with this is I know whatever the
I'm
sales.
lost.
Okay,
Sorry.
give me 1 second, Elena. Whatever the sales price is, that's Bryce, by the way. Let's make it better. Whatever the sales price is, if I multiplied it by 94%, I would get $190,000. And that's what we're going to solve for. All right, Elena, where did I lose you?
I don't know, but I'm lost. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay. Did you understand where I got the 94% from?
Yes, it was like from 100, like minus 6%, it's gonna be 94%, right?
Yep. So we know that 94% represents the monies that Stephen needs except the commission. $194,000 is everything he needs but the commission. I call it the EBC. $194,000 is the total amount of money. If Stephen decided to sell his house, FSBO, for sale by owner, he doesn't have to pay out a commission. If he can get somebody to buy his house for $194,000, Stephen will walk away with $188 in his pocket plus the $2,000 in closing costs. Yay, Stephen. But Elena, if you are his agent, did you want him to pay you?
Yes, I
I'm
want.
assuming it's a yes. So we need $190,000. Sorry, I said a 94. Sorry, it's supposed to be 190. We need 190,000 not to be all. 100% is all. 190,000 is not all of what he needs. It's a portion of what he needs. It's kind of like if he'd been saving up money to buy something. You need to save up 100% of the sales price. 190,000 is not 100% of the sales price. If that's all he sells the house for, he won't have money to pay an agent. So 190,000 represents 94% of what he needs. He still needs a little bit more money in order to cover what he needs to pay himself, to walk away, pay closing costs, and pay me. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes? Yes. Nikita, we're good. Mahogany, Anita,
Dennis, I'm
Hannah, Barbara.
sorry. Okay, I understand 94%, but how is 1,194?
Well, we're not going to use 194. We're just using 190. 190,000 is 94% of what he needs.
How we find like 190? How we find it? Sorry, I was lost about it.
So because we added the 188,000 plus the 2,000.
Oh, very easy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So for problems
So
like
look,
this,
we're looking.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So for problems like this, basically, in other words, since we're finding everything but commission, we're just going to go ahead and add the numbers that we have that's solid in our chart and then figure out the percentage to get the actual answer.
Go Mahogany.
Okay.
Go. Go Mahogany. Go. Exactly. Now, the key here is making sure you recognize this is one of those problems. But yeah. So if we go backwards to my cheat sheet here, if you took the 100%, subtracted out the commission rate, that's your rate of everything but commission. That was that 94%. Add all those other things together, and then you'll get an answer. So you are 100% right, Mahogany. I'm just showing you why. Also, that is the most beautiful name. So,
Thank you.
do. You're welcome. So this is our X, right? And I like to just use an unknown. Nobody wants to be messing around with algebra. So the sales price, that's our sales price, times 94% equals 190. We're solving an equation, which means we need to get this question mark by itself. That means we have to take opposites. The opposite of multiplying by 94% is dividing by 94%. And what we do on one side, we got to do on the other. So our question mark is equal to 190,000 divided by 94%. And that gives me I got 202, let's call it 128. How does that feel? This one is not what I would call an intuitive problem. Like, you really got to do a little bit of mental gymnastics to understand why you got to take this 94% and not the 6%. There's a little bit of mental gymnastics there. It's not hard. You just got to understand the why. And the more you practice these problems, you'll be like, oh, this is a net to seller problem. I'm gonna need to subtract it out. I wish there was an easy way to tell you all how to identify them. Sometimes they might use the words seller net. Sometimes they won't. Most people I just say, you know what, do a whole bunch of practice math. You'll recognize it. But if you're truly somebody who's like, Candace, I can't memorize all these formulas, those are the people who I would encourage to use a T-bar. Now, we're not getting into T-bars today. I've got videos on that, but that's why I like T-bars. You don't have to memorize a formula. I could do this problem and not memorize a single formula. So there's that.
So that's what
But
confused
this was
me
our
about this
answer
problem.
choice.
What confused me was that
Which one?
I would have used the 6% instead of, and you don't have to use it.
Right? I know. They trying to get you, man. They're trying to get you, Stephen. Don't let the man get you. Don't let him get you. Yay, let's do another one. Now, let's go with what Mahogany said. I could read this question, just know I need to add everything up and then subtract out that percentage. Like, I could do that. A seller wants to net, ooh, that could be the keyword to tell me this is what we're doing, $180,000 from the sale of their home. They will pay 5.5% in commission, $800 in title fees, $450 in attorney fees, and $1,250 in other closing costs. What must the home sell for in order to achieve their desired net? All right. So what we can do is basically say, oh, we lost Lori. That's okay. She's a teacher. She knows how to do this. What we could do is what Mahogany said, add up all my stinking numbers. All right, because that's what I need to do. I'm going to add the 180 plus the 800 plus the 450 plus the 1250, and I'm going to get, I got 182,500. And this is what I call the EBC. That's the total of everything but the commission. Then I got to take this 5.5% commission rate. I got to go 100% minus 5.5%, which is going to be, what is that, 94.5%? So I know whatever my sales price is, if I multiplied it by my EBC rate, I would get an amount of EBC. Or basically, whatever my sales price is, if I multiplied that unknown sales price by 94.5%, it would give me 182,500. So again, shout out to Mahogany. Does that make sense? When it comes to this math, as a teacher, I would love for you all to be like, Candace, let me tell you why you did something. As somebody getting ready to take this Michigan test, I'm like, can you do it? Just D is for diploma. Just do it, y'all. I would love for you to know why, but more importantly, I just need you to be able to do it. So I'm going to take that 184.5%. Hopefully everybody knows that a fraction is a giant dividing sign. So I don't need to put the divided sign. If you look a fraction, like if I say 1/4, a divided sign, except the numbers are decimals, it's divide. In fact, if you take 1 divided by 4 in your calculator, you're going to get 0.25 fractions. So sometimes to save space, you'll see me do that. And if this today, I was today years old when I learned that, then that's okay. I was a little older in life when I learned that too. So I'm going to take the 182,500 and divide it by 94.5%. I got 193,122. Is that a yes? We all feel good about this one, yes?
No, I'm sorry, you kind of
All right.
lost.
Oh no, Mahogany, where'd I lose you?
I
It's
think
okay, you can talk to me.
it's the fraction that's throwing me off. I think how you solved the last part. Can you explain to me what you did to get the 193, 122?
Oh yes. This 182,500 over 94.5% is the same as me writing out 182,500 divided by 94.5%. These are the same. And this is important because when we do our points, you know, when we talk about points, if you haven't heard it yet, when you talk about points, we deal in 1/8. Some people don't like fractions. So if you put into the calculator 1 divided by 8, you're going to get 0.125. 0.125 and 1/8 is the same. Doing 1 divided by 8 and putting 1/8, it mathematically is exactly the same. Does that make more sense, Mahogany?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Candice, so one line from a discount when you calculate the discount point, it's like 125, right? Or 1.8. Because when we try
Which one
to
is one?
find,
The
when we try
1/8,
to
yes.
find,
If you take
yes,
1
yes.
divided by 8, you get 0.125. Yep. All right. I'm not going to do number 6, but because we're doing a recording, if everybody's getting it, just so we have enough time to get through everything, our answer is 301,535. Oopsie. 301,535. That will be the answer for this. All right, let's talk about real estate taxes because, you know, like death, they are not avoidable. Like death, they are not avoidable. However, on your exam, there are 2 ways to do taxes. Some of them are going to be, oh, there's a tax rate per 100 of value. And this tax rate can change. It's never the same for any problem, for every state, for everything. It's a changing number. And that's how you get a total amount of taxes. The other way to do these problems is based on mills. It's just a crapshoot as to what you're going to get on the test, and every state does something differently. So again, I'm from North Carolina. In North Carolina, we don't use millage rates. But guess what you could be tested on? Even though we don't use it. So you need to know both. It is not your job to say, oh, this state is a blue. Your job is just to do the problem however they tell you to do it on this thing. So let's start with the $100 amount per 100. A home has an assessed value of $200,000. The tax rate is $1.25 per 100 of assessed value. What are the annual property taxes? What we're basically saying is, imagine this is a $100 bill. How many of these would it take? What number? What's the number of $100 bills? If you had a stack of $100,000 bills, how many $100 bills would be in the stack of $200,000? Does everybody see what I'm saying there? Yes? And mathematically, how you find that is to take $200,000 and divide it by $100. And I still do that same trick I learned when I was in whatever. I just take the zeros off. So I know there are 2,000 $100 bills and 200,000. Did I lose anybody? Okay, thank you, Anita. I appreciate that. It's okay if I lost you guys. It's math. You just need to say something. When I tell you I'm not a math person, it's okay. Sometimes I have to be shown things a number of times. So that I owe $1.25. So I got to pay this $1.25 2,000 times. Woot woot, $2,500. Boom, we're done. If you get a nice, easy one like this, that's what I'm talking about. Love it. The key here and the takeaway here is, now, depending on your state, you have different ways for states to come up with assessed values. Right? It's going to tell you. The problem might say the market value is, like, often you'll see something like market value is $390,000 and assessed value is set at 80%. And that's when they want you to find 80% of 390,000 and use that. Like, there are ways to make this a little bit more complicated, but the idea here is whatever your assessed value is, divide it by 100 and then multiply by this dollar amount. So let's try another one. I feel like there's somebody at my door. Let's take a look at my ring. No, must be my neighbors. Okay. The tax rate is $2.15 per 100 of assessed value. The payment. Okay, let's see, this is what happens when I use ChatGPT. What do we mean by semi-annually? I don't know. I have an answer here. ChatGPT told me the answer was 33. So I'm going to assume they mean twice. Here, by the way, because I was like, let me figure out what these are. It told me the answer is 376,250. If I was on the exam, which I will be for Michigan, and I saw this, y'all would see Candace stand up and flip a table. I'd be like, what you mean by semi-annually? Don't tell me nothing. Kavani, you're laughing because you know I might very well flip a table in that place. I'd be like, this ain't, what is this? I don't know what this is semi-annually. I'm thinking maybe we're doing twice a year. Why didn't you just say biannually? Or why didn't you just say quarterly? The good news is and I say this to all of you all, you will always hear me tell my students, any of you all, to take practice exams. But practice exams are just made up questions by somebody, or in my case, AI, who thought this would be a good practice question. Some of them might suck. And I'm going to tell AI, this was Claude, by the way, not Uncle Ray. Claude, you gave me semi-annually. I don't know what to do with that. Does that mean all of my problems are terrible? No, it just means there needs to be clarity. And on all of your real estate exams, there's testing. You might have an exam of 140 questions, but you might have like 10 extra questions that are test questions. They want to see how many people get it right, how many people get it wrong, is it too easy, is it too hard? And if they did this semi-annual, too many of us would get it wrong because we don't know what semi-annual, semi is not a number. Bi means 2. Quarterly means 4. Like 3 payments tells me what it is, but semi-annual is a no-go. Does everybody understand? Yes? I can still learn something from this problem, but we're going to have to figure it out. So I'm going to take the 350. I'm going to divide it by 100. And that's going to give me 3500. That's the number of 100s in $350,000. It's 215 times 3,500. Oh, that's not a dollar amount. And that's going to give me 7525. And this is an amount of annual. That's an annual tax amount. If ChatGPT said my answer is 3762.50, my guess is that we probably semi-annually means twice. We're going to go with twice. I wouldn't have known that if I didn't have the answer key. So we're saying, hey, we're paying, in some states you do pay taxes twice a year. North Carolina, I know we're always talking about September 1st, September 1st. Yeah, but in some states they do pay taxes twice or 3 times a year. So that's why you might see it on your national exam this way. And by the way, North Carolina people, all your math will be on the national side. So there's that. So I'm going to take the 7525. I'm going to divide it by 2 because apparently Claude says that's what semi-annually means. And yep, 3762.50. Final answer. Yes, no, or maybe so. Give me thumbs up, thumbs down. Let me make sure you're still alive. Yay. Cool. Stefan. Yeah, I said it
Yes.
right. I had to tell me. Are we good? I just want to make sure we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Good. Plus, I got to say your name right to make sure it just comes out that way. All right. Number 9. Are we all feeling pretty good about this per 100? We're all pretty good about that. The answer for number 9 is 240,000, according to ChatGPT, or sorry, Claude. It's asking us to do backwards. It said, well, I guess I could do it. You paid $46.80 in annual property taxes. And if the tax rate was $1.95 per 100, what was the assessed value? Well, if I was doing this problem, like honestly, if I got this on the test, I would know what I would do is I would say the amount of taxes is $46.80. And we would have found that by multiplying $1.95 by the number of 100s in the assessed value. So this is my unknown right here. I would solve for my unknown, which would be $46.80 divided by $1.95. Because, you know, I got to get rid of this. All right. And that would tell me the number of 100s in the assessed value would be 4680 divided by 24. So I know there's 24 100s in that assessed value. So I know that if 2400 is a number of 100s and whatever the assessed, I guess I call it the ask value is, and then I could solve for that, or I could just know I need to multiply by 100. So 2400 times 100 equals 240,000. I did that quickly, not because tonight's not about making sure you know how to do every problem. It's about just making sure you understand how it all kind of works together. So did that make sense? Even though I went kind of fast. Does it make sense why I did it that way?
Candice, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This one is like of a money, but you need to pay for the transfer taxes when you record the deed.
Nope, this is not transfer taxes. This is the opposite of what we just did. This is saying, hey, if we know how much the annual taxes are, we want you to do the math to figure out the assessed value of the property. It's just asking you to do the math backwards. That's all. So, all right. So we talked about taxes being per 100. The other way that states might do taxes is with mills. Let's put it here. And I want you to imagine or know that 1 mil is equal to 1/10 of 1 cent. Meaning, y'all, if this was a dime, wouldn't we have 10 pennies? Everybody get what I'm saying there? Yes. If you had a dime is made up of 10 pennies. A dime is 10 cents. And if you got 10 of those, that's going to give you 0.01. Like, does everybody understand penny, dime? That I'm assuming you all are not in preschool. You understand that, right? Imagine you have a penny, and then we have another smaller coin. Now, we're getting rid of pennies in America, but imagine there was a coin smaller than a penny. This is a mill. And it would take 10 mils to make a penny. So if you take 0.01 and you divide it by 10, each of those coins is equal to 0.001. A mil is worth 1/10 of 1 cent. That is that's an askable question on the exam. But more importantly, when you're doing this math, I want you to see 0.001, right, is, wait, what am I, hold on. How do I teach it? I'm losing my mind. Oh, okay. Losing my mind. Oh, okay. Sorry. You would agree this is the value of a mill. The great thing about mill problems is divide something by 1,000. Do y'all remember learning about decimals? And you all learned this is the tenths place, and this is the hundredths place, and this is the thousandths place. I know you've tucked that away under things I didn't care about then or now. But I want you to remember that because I want you to think mill, M-I-L-L. And you're going to divide something by 1,000. 1, 0, 0, 0. So let me just do this problem. It'll make sense. But again, you need to know that a mil is equal to 1/10 of 1 cent. 1 mil is worth 0.001. So I'm just going to do this number 10 and you'll see. A home has an assessed value of 180,000. The mill rate is 15 mils. What are the annual property taxes? My rule of thumb, divide. I don't even actually need a dollar sign. When we did these problems, we took, come back up here. We took the assessed value and we divided by 100. I like to keep it in the same family. I'm going to take the assessed value and instead of dividing by 100, this time I'm going to divide by 1,000. And then I'm going to take my 180 and multiply it by 15. Our answer is $2,700. Boom. People get all up in arms about mill problems. Don't. MILL 1000. Divide something by 1,000 and move on with your life.
I ended
Cool.
up getting the same answer you had got, but I had put it in a calculator different. I just did 180,000 times the 0.015, how you just showed us.
Mathematically, it's the same thing.
Okay,
It's
thank
like,
you.
yeah, I mean, what you're talking about mahogany is like 2 times 4 is the same as 4 times 2. It's the same reason why, like I said, 1/4 is equal to 0.25. Like all those, it's all like part of the same mathematical language. That's why I can tell you, you could divide the 180 by 1,000. You could divide the 15 by 1,000. You could multiply 180,000 times 15 and then divide by 1,000. It all gonna get you to the same place because you multiplied it by 0.001 and that is the thousandths place. It's all same. However, whatever way makes it work for you, all the same. And is it Shatara or Shatara?
It's
I think you were gonna
Shatar.
ask me a question.
Yeah, but you just answered it. I
Okay.
was gonna ask,
Shatara.
does it matter if you divide by the assessed value or the meals number? But I did the 15 divided by 1,000. But you answered it.
I
Thank you.
said something. You do what you want. You do what you want around here. As long as you get it, you just have to remember mils. 1,000. I think mils are easier than the dollar amount per 100. I'm like, just divide something by 1,000. I don't know. So, all right. Let's do number 11 real quick. A commercial property is assessed at $750,000. The mill rate is 22.5 mils. I'm going to take that 750,000, divide by 1,000. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. That gives me 750. 750 times 22.5. Gave me 16,875. They're making quarterly tax payments, so I got to divide this by 4. We know quarterly means there's 4 quarters, and that's going to give me 4,218 and 75 cents. We ain't got to reinvent the wheel. We ain't got to reinvent the wheel, Cletus. That's divide something by 1,000. All right. And then number 12, I'll just tell you the answer. I mean, if the property owner paid, well, I'll do it. Property owner paid $31.50 in annual taxes and the mill rate is 18 mills. What's the assessed value of the property? Okay, I can work backwards. I know my amount of taxes was $31.50. And I got that by taking the number of mills and multiplying it by the number of thousands in the price, in the assessed value, I should say. Well, I know the mills was 18. This is my unknown. So if I take 31.50, I got to divide by 18. I got to divide by 18. That gives me 175. There are 175 thousands in the assessed value, which means I can take 175 and multiply it by 1,000. Boom. I'm not going to say this problem is rare, but usually I'm going to call it rare. Sometimes in my videos, you hear me talk about like 20% words. Like, yeah, if you tell me it was on your test, I'm not surprised, but you might not see it either. I would say this is more like a 10%. If they're going to test you on mills, it's generally going to be this a basic concept. Can they make you work it backwards? They can. But I would probably be at least comfortable doing it frontwards, not backwards. Mill means thousand in French language. Yeah. I mean, mills, we use it all the time. Like centimeter and millimeter, thousandths, it all connects. All right. It's been an hour and a half. Are you all's brains still with me? Okay. Yeah. And only Anita answered. That tells me the rest of y'all are like, what? Are we zombies? You're still with me, yes? Nod. Yes. Yay. Trisha, she's still here. Yay. I'm making sure. And poor Kavani, you're going to have to spend all night with me tonight, and then you're going to spend 5 hours with me Saturday and Sunday. I'm so sorry. And you're just amazed. Trisha, why are you amazed? Is that a good amazed or a bad amazed? All right, we hit taxes up. Boom. Area problems. You know you're going to see the sis. I knew I was going to have a lot of people from North Carolina tonight, so I made sure I included area problems. If you're in another state, check your outline to see if you're going to have area problems. It's pretty common in like Colorado, Texas, North Carolina. Like there's a lot of states that test it, but there's just as many states that don't. But either way, you should know how to do area problems because you're going to have to find the square footage of houses. You should at least understand what it means. Just saying. So a rectangular home measures 45 feet wide by 62 feet long. What is the total square footage of the house? Well, there are some formulas you need to know. To find the area of a rectangle, area equals length times width, which is the same as saying width times length. And sometimes you need to know the area of a right triangle, which, guys, by the way, is just half a square. So you can say the area of a right triangle is the length times the length divided by 2. However you want to do it. But this one is telling us we have a house that's 42 feet wide by 62 feet long. Well, when you see wide, imagine this is the street. That's the street. And the width is how much of it faces the street. The length or the depth is how far back you're going to go. So imagine you're at the beach and you have a property. One property could go all the way like this, and another property could go all the way like this. Everybody does understand that this person's going to pay more because they have more water frontage. That's the front. That's how wide it is. You might even, this could maybe even go back 2 miles, but you only have this much frontage to the beach, so it's probably not going to be worth as much. So there you go. So what this problem told us was it measured 45 feet wide. Now, when you see these area problems, if I said 45 feet, it would look like this. If I said it was 45 feet and 7 inches, it would be 45 feet and 7 inches. Go by the number of syllables. Feet has 1 syllable. It's got 1 little apostrophe. Inches has 2 syllables. It's got 2 apostrophes. It's one of those things that sometimes people weren't taught, and so I'm teaching it to you now. If it's just got 1, it's feet. If it's got 2, it's inches. So this is 45 feet wide, because that's where the street is, or the water. And it is 62 feet long, which is the depth. So area is equal to length times width, or width times length. The area of this thing is 45 times 62. And so the area of this thing is 27,990 square feet. So if this was a ranch house, you know, this is the front door, and then there'd be like a little hallway, and then I didn't do a very good job of that. Over here might be like a closet, and then there'd be like a wall, and this is where the TV would be, and then there'd be a door into there, and maybe this is the dining room, and maybe this is the kitchen, and then this hallway. Everybody's seen a house like this, right? Like, it's just a ranch. When you have plain old brick rancherific houses, what you do is you measure the outside and the outside, and you say, oh, there's our heat it. Here. If you want to take, this is part of a cheat sheet I have, but if you need to take a picture of this, there you go. That should help. All right. Here. Number 14. That was the answer.
Candice,
Yes.
question please. If it was like 45 plus and the 7-inch, it will be the same thing? How are we
No.
gonna do the math? 45.7 or how?
So let me, that is an
Or
excellent
do we
question.
have to
So let me do
convert
this.
2 inches?
So let's say that the width was 45 feet and 7 inches by 62 feet. So that means, in theory, our thing looks the same, except this is 45 feet and 7 inches from here to here. And from here to here is 62 feet. Well, the thing you need to realize, or we want to remember, is that this is the word feet, and this is in inches. And once again, that's apples and oranges. We need to, since this is feet, I need to turn my inches into feet.
Feet.
We know there are 12 inches on in a foot. And we're saying it's 7 out of the 12 inches. It's 7 of the 12 inches. That is a fraction. And we just learned that 7/12 is the same as me doing 7 divided by 12. So 7 divided by 12 is 0.583. So that means 45 feet and 7 inches is the same as 45.583 inches. But they will try to get this with you. They'll try to trick you up. So the trick here is what people tend to do is they won't use something weird like 7/12. They'll say it was 45 feet and 9 inches. And a lot of people don't do this. Say 45.9.
Yeah. That's
And
why I
then they
asked
try
this
to do the
question.
math. But that's not
Mhm.
right. No, yep. And they'd like to trick you like this, Hannah. It's a great question. Because if you do 9 out of 12, 9 out of 12 is
Mhm.
0.75.
Yeah.
0.9 is a lot. That's more. That's greater than 0.75. This is 90 cents. That's 75 cents. It is not the same. So that's a great question. That is something they will do. You need to know, take that, whatever number they have here and put it over something. Don't just make it a point. You got to put it over 12. Everybody understand what I'm saying there? I think that's probably a really good point. And I'm going to make a note to myself. KE, that's me. Change to 45.9.
Why you end up doing the fraction over 12?
On inch, it
Because
will,
in a foot.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
in a foot.
okay,
Do I have a
okay.
ruler? You would think I have a. Yeah, 12 inches in a foot. And on the
Okay,
test, they're
gotcha.
going to assume, which I knew, there's 12 inches in a foot, but how many feet in a yard, guys? You
yeah.
got to know there's 3
So
feet in a yard. That is an assumption. They're like, oh, you were supposed to know that. In fact, when it comes to this area math, I'm gonna need you to know these. Right, that these are non-negotiable. Just like if I asked you how many were in a dozen, how many donuts in a dozen, y'all be like 12. You donut eating people. Well, you got to know how many feet in a mile. 5280, otherwise known as 5 tomatoes. Like, so you just gotta, these are things you have to know. Dude. All right, number 14. A tract of land is 600 feet wide by 485 feet deep. I will tell y'all right now, I draw out area problems every single time. If I can get this to work. It doesn't have to be to scale. So I know it's 600 feet wide by 485 feet deep. It has recently been rezoned to allow for residential use. An agent has estimated the land to be worth $60,000 per acre as residential acreage. What is the total value of the property? Well, we got that word acreage, and we know we need to know how many square feet in an acre. I'm assuming everybody's memorized this 43,560. 43,560 is 4 old ladies doing 35 when they should be going 60. My mother going 35 and she should be going 60. Some people like to remember 7-Eleven. I like to remember 3, 4, 5, 6, switch the 3 and the 4, add the 0. I don't care how you memorize it, just memorize it. So we need to know how many of these are in this. Well, I'm going to do area is equal to 600 feet by 480 feet. So the total area is equal to 600 by 485, which is 291,000 square feet. All right. So I want to know how many acres are in here. Just out of curiosity, does everybody off the top of your head know that what you need to do is take the 291 and divide it by the 43,560? If you don't, let me give you a little reminder. If I told you there were 150 donuts and I wanted to know how many dozen, I know y'all can do this. You would be like, oh, that's 150 divided by 12, because 12 is the number of units in a dozen. Acres, this is the units. This is the number of units. So if you can remember, how would I find the number of dozen? That's going to tell you, how do I find the number of acres? Is it crazy? Probably. But does it work? It has for 17 years. Y'all knew how to find how many dozen donuts, but I asked you to split up acres and y'all start to go, acres and dozen. They're saying it's the unit. So I'm going to do 291,000 divided by 43,560, and that's going to give you 6.68 acres. That's not the answer, because we're going to take the 6.68 acres and multiply it by 60,000. And that gives me 400,000. I'm just making sure I'm doing it right. 14. Oh, yeah. 400,000. 826. Now, some of y'all are looking like, that seems like a lot. But when it seems strange like that, break it down and make it make sense. Would you agree it's not unusual for houses to be sold on 1/3 of an acre? In a new subdivision, you might have lots that are 1/3 of an acre. So if you've got 6.68 acres, every acre could be split into 3 lots. So 6.68 acres times 3, all right? So for every acre, there's actually 3. So 6.68 times 3 gives you 20 houses.
Hey, Candace,
If
how
you
did you
did
get
20
the
houses,
how did you get the 4068? Because in my calculator, after
ahead.
I did the 6.68 times the 60K, I had got 400,800.
Let me see. I could have fat fingered it.
No, it's correct.
6.68
400,826. Yeah.
times 6.
Candice, the hardest part is,
Okay.
are they gonna
I was
give us
testing
the
you, Mahogany.
acres?
I was just making sure you were paying attention, Mahogany. That's all. That was Mahogany passed. Yay! I told y'all I fat finger stuff all the time, and thank you for. I'm like, y'all should have been like, I don't know where she got that number from. I don't know how that popped up on my calculator. I don't know. Probably because I'm dealing with all these numbers. So there you go. Back to this. So for a lot of land, you could pay a good, if it's in some place like Brooklyn or Raleigh or wherever you are in a major city, it's not unusual for an acre to go for even a lot to be $30,000 of the price. So 30,000 times 20, right? That would get you close to where we're looking at. I just want you all to realize, don't get scared by the big numbers. A lot of us don't, unless you're in finance or something like that, we're not dealing with hundreds of thousands of things. But if you put it into like a more realistic situation, hey, if you're a developer, if you charge times 20, it gives you $600,000 right there. That would be worth it. And that's just the lot. You would still be able to have some lot to have a premium and blah, blah, blah. Like, it does make sense. It is weird though, if you're not used to dealing in hundreds of thousands of things, then it can feel a little weird. Are we all good with that one? Yes. Does this help? Is this helping anybody? Okay, Kavani said yes. The rest of y'all are like, no, we're just watching you blather on, Candace. It's okay. I blather a lot. Good, Trisha. I'm glad it's helping. I'm glad. Good. Yay! I know it's almost 9 o'clock for those of us in the East. Some of y'all have been up for more than 12 hours. All right, number 15. A commercial lot sells for $180,000. The lot has 75 feet of road frontage. We know what that means now. The road, and it has 175 feet of road frontage and is 150 feet deep. Is this drawn to scale? No. Do I care? Also no. It's just the visual. Remember, deep is how far back it goes, and your width is your road frontage. It's
Candice, but
150
why
feet
it's
deep. What is the
175?
price per front foot? Oh, because I can't read and it's 9 o'clock at night and I was testing you. So it's 75 feet. It's 2 lots. Nobody said I had to be pretty and smart and get the numbers right. Y'all are asking for an awful lot now. Okay. Now it is 75 feet wide. I'm a mess. And it's 150 feet deep. This is Candace's house. Boop. What's the price per front foot? Well, it's $180,000. And there's 75 feet of front feet. So I'm just going to take the 180 and divide by 75. $2,400 per front foot. So that was price per front foot. That's going to be this answer. And then let's do 16. A triangular lot has a base of 200 feet. And a height of 150 feet. So from here is 150, from here is 200. If the lot sells for $850 per square foot, what is the total selling price? So we know we're going to take area equals the base times the height and then divide it by 2. So area is equal to 200 times 150 divided by 2. I tend to do this. So area is equal to 200 times 150. That's 30,000. Like I couldn't do it. That's 15,000 square feet. And then that 15,000 square feet is going to be times $8.50. That is 127,500. Boom. There you go.
The next day.
The last time we were here, we did the first 16 problems thereabouts. So we're going to pick up with number 18. So it's in the drive. It's not in the drive. It's in the chat. Can everybody see the document in the chat? Now, what we're going to do is for these problems, for what we're doing right now, I'm going to give you all a chance to try it, and then we'll work on it together. Because today is not necessarily about getting through all the problems that we can. It's about making sure you all understand each and every problem we do. This is the time to ask questions. But try number 18. Are y'all still working? Okay, Stacy, you're stuck. Good. Look, hey, that's what I needed to know. That's what I needed to know. So we're looking for a loan to value ratio. So we're comparing. We are comparing the amount of the loan to the value of the property. So if I was buying a property for $100,000 and I need to borrow every single cent of that $100,000, well, $100,000 is 100% of $100,000, right? If I had $50,000 to put down, I would be borrowing $50,000, and the value of the house is still $100,000. Well, you know $50,000 is 50% of $100,000. So when we're doing this math and we're comparing the loan to the value, what we're saying is, hey, this house, and change colors, is worth $200,000. Now, this person is making a $40,000 down payment. So when you've got to show up, the seller doesn't care how you come up with the money, but you better show up with the money. So if you are bringing $40,000 down as a payment, that means the bank needs to finance the rest of it. So if I do 200,000 subtract, is that big here? 40,000, that's $160,000 that needs to be the loan. So that means 160,000 goes here, and we need to know what percent is 160,000 from 200,000. Now today we'll be doing basically algebra, like pre-algebra. So we know if we took 200,000 and we multiplied it by whatever this percent is, that would give us $160,000. Does this make sense to everybody? Stacy, you're good with that? This equation right here?
Yes,
Okay. So now we're solving for our unknown. Well, if we're multiplying times 200,000, the opposite is divide by 200,000. And what we do on one side, we have to do on the other. Let me just make sure nobody's in the wrong Zoom room. Stefan needs the link again. Hold on. Copy, paste. Copy. Paste. I'm just making sure nobody went to the wrong Zoom room. So far, that's just it. So that means our unknown percentage is equal to 160 divided by 200,000. And when you do that, what do you get?
80%.
80%. You're going to get 0.8, which is equal to 80%. So does that make sense? Stacy, that make more sense now?
Yes, it does now.
All right. Anybody else questioning? Because again, especially with the finance section, this is definitely going to be a build up. You got to understand the basics so that you can build, going to the next problem and the next problem, the next problem. We're good? All righty. And I appreciate you being on screen there, Miss Cavani. So I'm not just talking to black screens, but I understand if y'all don't want to be on screen. But I'd love it if you were, just so I'm not talking to myself. All right. 19. If the loan to value ratio is on a $150,000 home purchase is 92% and the home appraised for $142,000, how much would a buyer be required to bring as down payment? And this is a conventional loan. And one thing, might I add, you might want to do, make this a little bigger, is you might want to pull the numbers out. You might want to say, oh, I've got $150,000 is the purchase price. You've got 92% is the LTV, the loan to value. So we know we're borrowing 92% of the value. And the appraised value is 142,000. Oh, wait, I just did that twice. Dude. $142,000. And what we're looking for is the total down payment. And honestly, and the people that are taking my class with me right now know I'm working on some math for myself. And I do this. I literally do write out the numbers. Like I rewrite what I'm dealing with. This math that I don't know how to do. So this is not a bad idea. It doesn't cost you anything besides paper and ink, pencil, to try this, to just write it out. So that way you don't have to go back to the problem every time you need a number and accidentally grab the wrong one. So I'll give you a moment, and when you have an answer, feel free to stick it in the chat. And if you're stuck, just go ahead and tell me you're stuck, and then I know I need to keep going. All right. Did anybody else get an answer? Hannah, you got 11,360. Amy, you got 19,360. Anybody else come up with an answer that you kind of like? Kavani said no. Okay, Kavani, what did you do? Tell me the steps you did. Let's figure out.
Okay, so I wrote out everything. I don't know if I have my numbers right, but I did the purchase price and multiplied it by the LTV.
Okay, usually that would be correct, except this person is buying it for 150 and but the appraiser has said, I only feel like this house is worth 142. So if you're the bank, which number would you use? Would you say, hey, I'm going to give you 92% of what you think it's worth, or am I going to give you 92% of what a third party appraiser is telling me it's worth?
So the appraisal.
Yes. So always go with the lower number. So we're literally going to take the 142 and multiply it by the 92%, because they asked the bank for a loan of 92% of the value of the house. It just so happens that this appraiser said, this house isn't worth 150. As far as I'm concerned, this house is worth 142. Buyer, if you want to pay 150 for it, then you come up with that $8,000 difference, because we're not covering that. Does that make sense? So 142,000 times 92%. times 92%. I got 130,640. Which would be an answer choice. But it's not our answer because let me tell you, you signed a contract with the seller that you were going to pay them $150. You owe that seller $150,000. And the bank is only going to give you $130,640. Does that make sense? So when I subtract that out, I get 19,360. 19,360. Good job, Miss Amy. You've been practicing.
I did. I was panicked after yesterday's class, so I was like studied for hours
Hey, you
yesterday.
studied. Do you feel better about it?
Yes.
Yes. So it is. It seems, it doesn't seem like a lot. It is a lot. Sometimes you just have to take it, sit with it, and be in it for a second. Just be. Something I like to tell people when you get started in real estate is you're going to have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. It is weird sometimes talking to people about, oh, I think you should buy a house and how much money can you afford? Like you just get comfortable being uncomfortable. I have grown to love a good uncomfortable silence. It just means it's a way for me to cause trouble. Not that I would ever cause trouble. Sure. All right. So our answer is 19,360. Again, this class is about making sure we understand. So if you don't understand how or why I did something, let me know. Number 20. A buyer is approved for a loan with a maximum LTV ratio of 95%. If the buyer has $25,000 available for a down payment, what is the maximum purchase price they can afford? And this is a very real thing. If this in real life, this would be like, well, Miss Stacy, I want to buy a house, but I only have $25,000 to put down. And I think I'm going to get an FHA loan and they'll let me put 5% down. So what do you think I could afford in that range? Like, what kind of loan do you think I could get? Everybody see what I'm saying? So it's a very real kind of question. Trish said, you just escaped work. She said, I ran for my life. I ran for my life. She escaped work. She didn't leave, y'all. She escaped. She said, the overseer, let me go. That's okay. My students escaped from class. Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted.
So this is a good reason to have a better job. See,
No,
I can finish this test.
That right there. All right, we got a 300, we got a 500,000, we got a 475, and let's do it together. So we know that whatever a purchase price is, whatever it is, generally we got two things going on unless it's a VA loan. Some of it's going to be a loan, and then usually the smaller part's going to be the down payment. And in this case, this problem said, hey, this person can have $25,000. They have $25,000 as a down payment. And we know the loan's going to be for 95% max or of that. So we kind of have two different things going on. Over here, we got dollar signs. Over here, we got percentage signs. Well, if you've got 95% over here, then that means over there, this would have to be 5%. We got to get to 100%. We need all of the purchase price. In that same theory, if you've got 25,000 over here, then the remainder of what you need, come on. Are you gonna write or not? No? There we go. The remainder of what you need would be more than the 25,000. Like it's the difference. Does everybody see what I'm saying there? Yes. So what I know is that $25,000 would be 5% of whatever that the total purchase price would be. Does everybody get what I'm saying? you know that if you're getting a loan, what I'm trying to say is whatever the purchase price is, if you multiplied it by the 95%, you would get the loan amount. But if we flip that, if you take the purchase price and you multiplied it by the 5%, you would get the down payment amount. Everybody understand why I'm saying that? Yes? So we're going to solve for, we're looking for the purchase price. If you multiplied it by 5%, that would give you $25,000. That makes sense, yes? So how do we find out $25,000 is 5% of what number? How do we solve for X or our unknown?
Divide.
Hey,
All right, you divide. So our unknown is equal to 25,000. And then it would be divided by 5%. And when you do that, just to check math, 25,000 divided by 5%, I get $500,000. Because what we're saying is if you buy a house for $500,000, then you need to put down 5% of that, which would be $25,000. Let's say you wanted to buy a house that was, let's make up a number here, put it in red. Let's say you wanted to buy a house that was $560,000. If you were getting a 5% loan, if I take that and multiply it by getting a 95% loan, your down payment would have to be 5% of that. So 560 times 5% would be $28,000. But you don't have $28,000. So you can't borrow $560,000 because all you have is $25,000. The most you could borrow would be $500,000. The most you can buy is $500,000. You'd be getting a loan for $475,000. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes? All right. If you didn't get it right, do you understand where the kink is? Did we clear the kink out? Good. Perfect. Yay. Thanks, Stacy. All right. Let's move on to some principal and interest. Now, before we do the principal and interest problems, does everybody understand what principal and interest is? Good. Good. So 21. A borrower currently pays $761.38 per month for principal and interest on his 8.5% mortgage loan. Of that amount, $547.41 is allocated to interest this month. What is the outstanding loan balance? Now, this is a new type of problem for some of you all, but just try it and see where you get stuck. Might I suggest writing out an amortization schedule? You know that you have your balance, and then you make a monthly PI payment, and some of that is interest. Some of it is this month's principal, and that leaves you with a new balance.
Is it minus? Is it minus?
Is it a minus number? No, it's not a negative number.
No, I mean, like, do you have to subtract from the 761 minus 547?
Well, you could, and if you do that, what you'll get is the principal amount. You can do that. And that number is 761.38 minus 547.41, which is, okay, 213.97. Which means whatever this balance is right here, after you make this payment, you would owe, let's call this, the question, you would owe them not that amount anymore, but for the next payment, you'll owe them less the 213.97. Do you get what I'm saying there? Like, that's an interesting piece of information. If this problem asked, how much will you be reducing your loan balance by? That answer would be 213.97. But what we're looking for is, what is the actual balance at this moment? So are you ready for me to go over, or do you want to try again, Trisha?
I'm following you.
Okay. So what we know, we need this balance over here. And what I know is that interest, whenever we get interest in a problem, we're talking, it's an 8.5% mortgage loan. This is always going to be annual interest. And the way they came up with this number, and I'm going to choose a different color here. This number was found by taking whatever the balance was, multiplying by 8.5% to get annual interest, and then dividing that number by 12 to get monthly interest. And that monthly interest is where that came from. Does that make sense? So we are working backwards. What we know is whatever this annual interest was, if we divided it by 12, we would have gotten 547.41. Which means if I want to find the annual interest, I could take the 547.41 and multiply 12 to get your annual. Does that make sense? So 547.41 times 12 equals 65.68. .92. So this is this number right here, 6568.92. And what we know is that we look at this, we don't pay. When you pay interest, you're paying the money because you borrowed it for 1 month, not for a year. So we know annually that 6568.92 would be 8.5% of whatever you still owe the bank. Does that make sense? So I can say whatever I owe the bank, if I multiplied it by 8.5%, that would give me 6568.92. So I'm saying 6568.92 is 8.5% of what number? So what we do on one side, you got to do the opposite. We got to divide by 8.5%. Got to do that on the other side. So our answer is going to be 6568.92 divided by 8.5%. And that's going to be I got $77,281.41. Is that what you all got?
Yeah.
Yay. Yay. We like that. So really the key to a problem like this, any of these like P&I problems and things like that, besides trying to find the PI amount, the only thing we know for sure in this problem was this 8%. Like this 8% monthly interest. Which means we need to do something with it. Like that, we don't have any other thing to manipulate. Yes, we could find out this 213.97, but that doesn't help me. That is arbitrary compared to kind of arbitrary to what your new balance or original balance was. It all kind of interconnects through this 8%. So we use the 8%, what we did know, to work backwards to find out what we don't know.
I think what was confusing was before was the 761.38.
Mm-hmm.
I was using that number instead of the 547.41.
Ah, and they do that on purpose. They want to make sure you're reading 761.38 is for
Yeah.
principal and interest. And of that amount, the 547 is allocated to interest this month. They're just making sure you're, reading.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not judging. I'm like, what? Who? Again, if you didn't get that answer, do you understand why? Or do you have a question, Stefan? All right. I was gonna call you Alex. I'm like, that's not your name. We haven't changed it. Mm-hmm.
My wife's.
I know. How's the baby?
He's good.
Are you all better? No more sickness?
No more.
Okay, good. Because that was a struggle. A struggle. All right. Let's continue. So this problem is very similar. How much will a borrower owe after making a payment on a $166,000 loan if the loan is based on an amortization factor of 5.37 per 1,000 borrowed? The interest rate is 5% and the term is 30 years. So again, I would say, hey, we have a balance. There is a monthly principal and interest payment. And of that payment, some of it is interest, some of it is principal, and then you'll take that principal and subtract it out to get a new balance. Is anybody stuck?
You had to time it by 5.37?
Well, you will have to multiply something by 5.37, but we're going to use that 5.37 and the $166,000 loan to find your monthly PI payment. If you take the number of thousands in the loan and you multiply it by the factor, you'll get an amount of PI payment. And we know that number doesn't change for all 30 years of this loan, 360 payments. When you're trying to figure out what that monthly payment would be to fully amortize this loan, make sure when you get to that last payment, you don't owe any other money. You take the number of thousands in loan, you multiply by the factor, you get the amount of P&I payment. Well, the factor was given to us, 5.37. You're going to pay $5.37 for every 1,000 you borrow. In this instance, they gave you the factor. But does everybody recognize they could have said, oh, we're not giving this to you. We're not going to give you the $5.37. We want you to take that $5.37 and use the amortization chart to find the 537. All right. So we didn't have to do that this time, but We could have. That's not what I meant to do. So we know if it's a loan for $166,000, we can take the 166 and divide by 1,000, and that's going to give me 166. There are 166 thousands. It would take 166 $1,000 bills to make 166,000. So I multiply 166 times 537. And that's going to give me 891.42. So I know monthly on this loan, this person is paying $891.42. Every single month for the length of this loan, they're paying $891.42. Does everybody understand it to this point so far? Good. Well, now the only other thing we know is this 5% interest. We know if you borrowed $166,000 for 1 year, you'd be paying 5% interest. It's annually. So 166 times 5% gives me $8,300 in an annual interest amount. But you didn't borrow it for a year. You borrowed it for 1 month. How do we get that annual into monthly? Divide by 12. So we're going to take the 8,300, divide it by 12 to get monthly interest, which is going to be $691.67. So this month, although you're writing a check for $891.42, $691.67 is going towards interest, which means the difference would be our principal amount. So I can take the $891.42 and subtract out the $691.67.
Oh man, I subtracted the 891.42 instead.
Ah, that's okay, because you kind of knew you had a path. So that gives me
Yeah.
$199.75.
Can you explain why you wouldn't subtract the 891? I don't.
Because the 891 is principal and interest. And your balance is 166. The interest just goes to the bank. You only reduced your debt by $199.75. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's
some bull crap. Yeah. This is P and I. This is the I, which means this is the P. So now our new balance is going to be 166 subtract 199.75, which is going to be 165 $800.25. Do.
Oh wait, what was the answer? 165 800?
Yeah, you got it. I was just looking at the answer. You got it right. No,
wait,
Hannah.
did I?
Hannah
No,
got it right.
I think that was Hannah. Hold on, I think I said one.
Yeah, you did the bigger number.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, man.
That's good job, Hannah. Good job. Good job.
Thank you. I was off by just a cent. I just
that 1 cent. Ain't nobody worried about that.
Yeah.
You're gonna round it up or down. It doesn't matter. But more importantly, does everybody here understand the why. So wherever if you didn't get it, where did you mess up? And do you understand why you don't do it that way now? Good. Ready to move on? Sweet. Interest over the life of the loan. Christine borrows $282,000 for 30 years at an interest rate of 5%. Her monthly payment is $16.95.40. How much total interest will she pay during the life of the loan? This pause always reminds me of like when you're watching Blue's Clues or something, and they're like, which is the sheep? And then you're just kind of sitting there staring at you while your kid's supposed to figure out which is the sheep. That's this moment. All right, I'll do it and see if you come up with the same answer. Now, one thing I used to teach students, sometimes I'll teach, it just depends, is whenever you see interest over the life of the loan, I used to teach when you see that word life of the loan, like over the total thing alone, if you remember life and you can remember praise the Lord. And I used to make my class go, praise the Lord. And it would be just fun when we were in person. I just need you to remember PTL. Or you could say, what is the interest that you're going to pay over the life of the loan? Like pay the loan. I just need you to get to PTL. Because if you can get to P, T, and L, you can solve this problem. The P stands for P&I, the T stands for times, and the L stands for loan amount. If you can remember praise the Lord or pay the loan, you can get this right. So our P&I amount, that was $1695.40. You know if this is a fully amortized loan, you're going to pay that $1695.40 every single month until it's paid off. In fact, how many times are you going to do that? Well, you're going to do it for 30 years, 12 times a year. So that's going to be 360.
Yep.
So we're asking how many times are you going to do it? Then it tells us what to do. Times it. Times those two numbers together. So 1695.40 times 360, because this is your P&I amount. This is the total times you're going to pay it. So this would be your P&I total. Over 30 years, how much would you have given to the bank? And that is $610,344. Over the course of 30 years, that's the amount, total amount, all the checks you wrote them. But you only borrowed $282. And this is why people blow up banks. So we're going to subtract that out. Subtract 282. That gives me, I got 328,344. Is that what y'all got?
Yeah.
This is the total interest paid over the life of the loan. You know what number you don't need? The 5%. They'll probably give it to you, but we don't need it because we know the total principal and interest, and we know the total principal, so we can find the total interest. The number is there to distract you, which is why I like to get students to remember PTL, praise the Lord, or pay the loan, whichever.
Candice, I used this and that's why I got it wrong. I went and I calculate the interest and I I divided by 360 and then multiplied by another 360. I don't know.
Yeah, that's okay. You won't do it again though. It's okay. I mean, there's lots of steps. Sometimes you just got to take those steps over and over and over again. Again, this is some BS.
So
Actually,
anytime
because
you have to find the total interest, you should think of PTO.
yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly. Interest over, find the total interest over the entire loan, PTL. Robert has purchased a home for $129,500. I don't know where this house is, but okay. And makes a 10% down payment to obtain a 30-year loan at 8.5%. If his monthly P&I payment is $826.27, what would be the interest that he paid or will pay over the life of the loan? So we can PTL it. Assuming I calculator right. Is this what everybody got?
Candice,
Yes.
how about the 10% down payment? He didn't borrow the whole amount.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Ha ha ha. I wasn't even paying attention. Makes 10% down payment. So it should be 129 subtract. Oh my God.
It's
Look at me
he
losing my
only
mind.
borrowed 116,550.
You are correct. I was just testing y'all to make sure that you all knew what you were doing. I wasn't paying attention. What happens when I do this after teaching all day? The loan amount is actually, thank you, ma'am, for catching that. It's going to be the 129,500 times 90%. And that would have been an answer choice. 129,500.
116,550.
116,550.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Ah.
See, if I'm not careful, I'll make the same mistakes you all do. 189.07. 20. Does that make sense? Yes. Which is why, you know what I didn't do? Pull my numbers out. Is exactly why I tend to pull my numbers out, because then if I look, for me, if I have to look back up at the problem, I did exactly what I know I'm not supposed to. I saw that 129 and ran with it. If I was trying to pass a test, you would have seen on my paper the 129.5, the 10% down payment. Like that makes me really look at those numbers and make sure I'm using the right one. That's why I do this, so I don't do what I did the first time. It's okay. You'll find your style, and you don't have to lay out your math problems the way I lay out my math problems. They make sense. The organization and my side notes make sense to me. You find your system to make it make sense for you. All right. A lender quotes a borrower a 6.5 interest rate on a $400,000 loan. The borrower decides to pay 3 discount points to reduce the rate. What will be the new interest rate? So before you try the math, what do we know about interest rates? I mean, not interest rates, about discount points. How much does a or just a point in general, how much does a point cost and what does it do?
It's like 1% of the
1
loan.
point per thousand.
Yeah.
Well, it's 1% of the loan. It will cost you 1% of the loan. And what does it do?
It reduces the
decreases your interest rate.
interest.
Yep. Reduces the interest rate by how much?
0.18, 0.125.
1/8, which is 0.125.
0.25.
Now try the problem. All right. So we know We're starting here. This is where we're starting. We're paying 6.5% unless we pay points. So if I pay 1 point or the equivalent of 1%, that takes me down 1/8 or 0.125. I'm going to pay 0.125 less. So if I do 6.5 minus 0.125, I'm going to get 6.375. That's my new interest rate. That's new. But yeah, I didn't pay 1 point. I paid 3 points. So I don't want an interest rate of 6.375. I'm going to pay another point, which is a negative, taking off another 1/8 or another 1.25, which is going to give me 6.25. Well, that's if I paid 2 points. I paid 3 points, which means I'm taking off another 1%, which is 1/8 or 0.125, which will give me 6.125%. Does that make sense? Yes? If you prefer to do it in eighths, like using 1/8, well, we know 6.5 is actually 6 4/8. So when you pay a point, you would be at 6 3/8. And if you pay another point, you'd be at 6 2/8. And if you pay another point, you'd be at 6 1/8. Some people like the fractions. Some people like the decimals. You choose. But I always encourage people to use the little bunny hops. You could say, oh, 3 points is equal to 3 times 0.125. So let me do that. And, 3 times 0.125 is, what is that? That's, I'm not going to try to do math. 3 times 0.125. That is, okay, hello, Candace. 0.375. And I could just say, oh, 6.5 subtract 0.375. And I would get the same answer. It just depends on how you want to do it. For some people, they're like, well, why would you not just do it that way? Because for some people, this is a little bit too abstract. And it doesn't matter. Look, correct is right. I won't be doing it that way on my class exam. When I go to take my state exam, rather, for Michigan, I will be doing it this way. And even though I probably could do it this way, I'm still going to do it this way just to make sure I don't mess it up. And I'm still going to write out the numbers. Any questions on that one?
See, I started it that way in the green.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was wrong.
Wait, green this one A or green this one B?
Green B.
Okay. But you see, it would have worked, right? Because all you did is took the 125, the 125, the 125, you added it together, and then you're subtracting it off the 0.6, the 6.5. It's all the same math. Just depends on what you are most comfortable with. Okay. A borrower is taking out a $300,000 loan and decides to pay 2 points to reduce their rate. How much will the borrower pay in discount points? If you're thinking this one seems so much easier than the last, you're not crazy. We all got that? Hey, it's a point. And again, I think your test will probably be questions like this, a little bit easier, but I'd rather over prepare you for the harder questions so that when you get the easy questions, you're like, that math won't nothing. That's the goal.
For me, it's the PITI, that stuff, and then like when they have the percentage, what they can afford.
Mhm.
Do you expect that there'll be a lot of questions on that, or?
It just depends on the test. Some students don't get any. Some students get 2 or 3 of them. It just depends. And not every
Okay.
state asks for it, but we definitely do in North Carolina now. For a while they said we didn't, and then they brought it back with a vengeance.
Okay.
This is why I just teach you everything. Okay. A borrower would like to obtain a loan with an interest rate of 6.34%. Oh, sorry, not 6 and 3/4%. 3/4%. That's the desired rate. Investors demand a 7 1/8% yield. The sales price of the home is $150,000 with an appraised value of $145,000. The lender is charging 1 point for loan origination. What will be the total paid for all points? At closing, if there's an 80% LTV. Now, usually I like to make this last, but when I mess up like this, I'll usually somehow, orange probably wasn't the best, but I'll somehow delineate it so I know that's what I'm looking for. Now, what I don't want you to do is let all of the numbers freak you out. Haven't we done every single one of these steps before? We just putting them all together? Yes. So you got different types of points. We got points because there's a loan origination fee, and you got points because of this. The buyer wants 6 3/4, but the investors are demanding 7 1/8. So
Oh,
imagine
that's right.
the bank borrowed money to make that loan, and the money that the bank borrowed to make your loan was at 7 1/8%. So they have to charge you upfront interest if they're going to give you an interest rate of 6 3/4%. My suggestion is if you like the decimals, turn your fractions into decimals. How do you do that? Well, you're going to take that 3/4 and do 3 divided by 4, so that would be 6.75%. 7 1/8 would be 1 divided by 8, so that would be 7.125%. And now you could do it the way we did it before, or if you want, you could keep it in the fractions. Your choice. How did we do on this one?
I did good, except I forgot the lender, the 1 extra point, he charged for the loan origination.
All right, that happens a lot. I've done that before. Anybody else stuck on this one? No. Okay. All right. Yes. So I will say, Amy, I did not include any 2836 in this one. I remember now because I was trying to go for the low-hanging fruit type of math review. If you want, once we finish a couple more problems, I will do a 2836 for you.
Okay. What
You know
was,
what?
I'm sorry, sorry, can we go back to the what was the answer on the previous one?
4640.
What did I get? What? Wait. I redid it after. Hold on. Yep, yep. Okay. That's right. Yep. Okay. Good. Thank you. I forgot about the extra point and then I had to go back.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm thinking since we're in mortgage, maybe I should just go ahead and do a 2836 problem for you. Let me find one. Net to seller commission. I think this was short one. Profit and loss. Market value area. Finance. Do numbers. This random one. So again, this one is not in y'all's packet, but you had mentioned the 2836. So I want to go ahead and do it, even though it wasn't originally part of the package. Now, so everybody understand? Well, yeah, I'll just, do you want me to, do you all want to try it or do you just want to see me do it?
For which one? Sorry,
For
which one are you
number
looking at?
36. That's a 2836. Would you like to just have me do it so you can watch me explain each step, or do you want to try it first? Anybody?
It's fine. You can. I think I know how to solve it, but it's up. It's up to everyone else. I don't care.
Well, why don't we do it together? You and me do it together. All right, Amy, where are we starting?
Okay.
Oh, we're going to start by reading the problem. Kim and Brian's combined annual income is 96.6.
Okay.
Annual income. What is the
So
maximum PITI? They qualify for if the lender uses 28 and 36% qualifying ratios and recurring monthly debts are 460. Now it's a 2836, so you know I like to split my paper.
Yep.
Okay. On one side, we know no more than 28% of your monthly gross income can go towards PITI, and you know, which is housing expenses. And no more than 36% can go towards those housing expenses, the PITI, and debt combined. So let's start on the 28 side. Where you want to go?
Okay. I'm going to do 96,000, the 96,600 divided by 12.
Very good.
You
Because
want to do that, get the monthly. Yeah.
Monthly income. So 96,600 divided by 12 means this couple makes $8,050 a month. Okay. We know they make $80,50 a month. Now what?
Now you're going to multiply by 20%. Take the 80/50 and multiply by 20%.
Taking that 80/50 and multiplying it by 28%, and that's going to give me 2254. So that number, if you make 80/50 a month, this is the max that you can spend on PITI HOA, like any of those housing expenses. They won't give you a loan where your PI, TI, HOA, all of those housing things are going to cost you more than $22.54 of your $8,050 income. Everybody understands that side, yes? Okay, so how do we do the second side?
You take the 80/50, which is the monthly income, and then you add in your debt, which is $460.
So you're actually doing the you're not yet. What we
Okay.
know is that you make 80/50 a
Mhm.
month,
Mhm.
right? And if we find 36% of that, that means however you want it to happen, you can put 28.98 towards PITI and debt. If you have a $898 car payment, then you can only have $2,000 towards, PITI. If you have no car payment, no recurring debts, then you could have all $28.98. So we're finding 36% of what you make a month can be allocated towards that. How that gets split up has to do with you and your debts. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes? Amy, you kind of looking like,
Yeah, I'm like, where's the 460 go?
Well, what we would do is say, look, if you make 80/50 a month, the big number here is the 28.98. This particular person pays $460 a month for debts. So that means what they can spend towards PITI would be $24.38 towards PITI. So the maximum loan on that side that they could get would be, we're looking for the maximum, so we go with that. We would be the $22.54.
I got it. Okay.
Right? Now, just for fun, let's pretend this person had debts. And their debts between car payments, student loans was more like, let's say the $898. That gives you $2,000. If these were your debts, then they wouldn't give you a loan where more than $2,000 is going towards PITI. Yeah, you could probably get a bigger loan if it wasn't for your debts, but your debts cost you to use that number if your debts are too high. That makes sense to everybody, yes? It's why people who make the same amount of money can sometimes get completely different amounts of loans. It's because it depends on their debts. Also, what happens if one person is buying something with an HOA and this person has no HOA? Well, that HOA ends up counting in here. We'd have to take out the HOA, and then that would tell you how much you could spend. Does that make sense to everybody? Are we sure?
Could we get a problem that has the HOA fee in there?
You could. It's not common anymore, but it does happen. And that's why I'm always clear to say it's housing expenses. Yeah, PITI, but that could be PITI. That's an I. It could be HOA. It could be PMI. Those are all things you have to pay if you own the house. And just as a little hint, sometimes if they're really mean, this is only debts that you have to pay longer than 6 months. Like if, let's say on your car payment, you only had 3 months left. They're not going to count that. You're getting a 30-year loan, and in 3 months, you're going to be done paying it. Plus, you're not paying for the first 2 months. So, or the first month and a half or whatever. So yeah, they're not going to let, if it's less than 6 months, they're never going to let you include it. And they'll never be 6 months. It'll be either 5 months or 7 months. Good. All right. So I wanted to do at least one of those just because you had mentioned them and working through them. And then don't forget also on my YouTube page, I've worked through a number of these. But if you find you need some more of these, let me know and we could do some recordings. Trisha, is that a question? Oh, you're muted.
No, I'm just processing.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. All right, let's go back to our review sheet. Valuation. Let's see. Do cap rate. I just wanted to make sure we have all the different types. Well, we have most of them. So again, low-hanging fruit. This problem, and I'll read it, an investment property generates $48,000 in rental income. The annual operating expenses are $18,000. And if the cap rate for similar properties in the area is 8%, what is the value? Now, before I give you a chance to do it, does anybody know the formula? When we're trying to find value and they give you a cap rate, what is that formula?
Net operation income.
Yep.
Yeah.
Net operating income divided by the cap rate gives you value. So now that you have this, why don't you try doing the problem? That what y'all got?
Pretend you're the doctor and I'm
Yep.
here.
225. Where did you get 225 from?
The operating expenses divided by the cap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
So the NOI is the operating expense, is the income minus the 18,000. Remember, when we're doing NOI is after we take out expenses.
So is 30, right? Divided by 8%.
No, I'm gonna make sure I'm not losing my mind here. Let's see.
48
So
minus
if
18.
the property generates 48,000 and you're paying 18,000, oh, I guess it is 30, 18,000 in operating expenses, your NOI is 30,000. Did I miss 30,000 divided by 8%? 375.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Remember,
this.
it's this, I told in class, I said this, the NOI is really about, the NOI is the hard part of this problem. Like everybody can memorize this formula. I'm not worried about that. It's the finding the NOI. Just remember, you have your potential. Oh, I can spell potential income. You subtract out the vacancies, and that gives you your not projected, your not possible, your effectively, you're not going to make, you could potentially make all that money. You could make $48,000, but you ain't gonna, because there's going to be vacancies. Effectively, you can expect that you'll probably bring in 30,000. Well, I should say you'll bring in, okay, well, that's not it. That's your effective income. Then you take out expenses. Sorry, it would have helped if I knew what I was talking about. Boop, 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 boop. And that would give you your NOI, your net operating income. Does that make sense? So again, just as a review, because not everybody was in the class earlier today. Let me erase this. If a property brings in a gross amount, it could, and again, you all know my favorite Southern saying, this could bring in this. In a perfect world, in an absolutely perfect world, every single unit was rented every single day. Nobody missed a payment. That would be $1,458,000. But this isn't a perfect world, as we all know. So we need to take out vacancies, which were 72.9. And in this particular world, we also had some vending machines and laundry stuff. So we got to add that in. This gives us our effective gross income. Remember, your gross is when you have a salary and they're like, oh, you're going to make $60,000 a year. That's before taxes. That's before things come out. That's your gross. And we do know that there's not going to be rented every single day of the year. So we need to take out the vacancies to get that gross, the effective gross income. Then we take out expenses. And once you take out these expenses, which in this case were $501,390, that gives us a net operating on this page, $894,510. Yes, when we're talking about net operating income, you've got to take out the expenses. Right, you got to take out the expenses. So that is why I took out the 18,000 from the 48,000, because that would be our NOI. And once I know the NOI of 30,000, I can divide by 8% to get 375,000. Does that make sense, Jess?
Yeah.
Kavani, you're giving me this look like, dear God, help me.
I'm processing because I just knew I was right.
That's okay. That's okay. Do you see where you messed up, though? And why? That's all that matters. It's the amount of, it's just the doing it over and over. That's the only way to get it. All right. I'm going to do number 29 because I definitely want to get through some prorations because I know our brains can only take about 2 hours of math. A commercial building is valued at $875. And I'm just going to do it. The property generates $95,000 in annual income, has operating expenses of $25,000 a year, and we're looking for the cap rate. All right. Well, we know there's a basic formula. Value is found by taking NOI and dividing by the cap rate. So does it make sense if we're looking for the cap rate, we would take the NOI and divide it by the value? We understand this is just like if you have A times B equals C, well then C divided by B equals A, and C divided by A equals B. We're just moving that thing around. Or if people are watching this later, they're using a T-bar. NOI is on the top. We got cap rate to the right, and you've got value to the left. So this time we're looking for cap rate. We know cap rate is equal to the NOI divided by the value. All right, so our NOI, the property is valued at $875. They generate $95,000. Well, I might as well just go ahead and put this $875 here. We know that's the value. It generates $95,000 in annual rental income and has operating expenses of $25,000 per year. So can't I take this $95K and subtract out the $25K? And that would give me $70K in NOI. Everybody see why I did that? Yes? So now I know that the cap rate is equal to 70,000 divided by 875,000. That gave me 0.08, which is equal to 8% final answer. Look at this. You are an appraiser, appraising a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, okay, with 1,800 square feet. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do this one so that you all can see me do it, so that when you go back and try it on your own. So what I want you all to do is not write on your paper right now. Follow me. And then when you try to do it, you know you can. So the way I would set this up is I have a subject property. And I know that I'm going to have, we have one comp. I had to read it. Sometimes these problems will give you you're adjusting all 3 comps. But this particular problem is only giving us 1. So you will find a comparable property that sold for $285. The comparable has 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1,650 square feet. In this market, each additional square foot adds $75 to the property value. What is the adjusted value of your subject property? So what we're saying is we want to know how much this subject property could sell for. And that means we have this comp. There's only one comp. This problem could be a lot longer and have more than that, but it's just got 1. And that comp sold as it was for $285,000. Now, what we're appraising is the subject property. It has 3 bedrooms. It has 2 baths. And it has 1,800 square feet. The comp has 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and 1,650 square feet. And in this market, an additional square foot adds $75 to the property value. So what we're saying is we know with 1,650 square feet, it sold for $285. We want to know what would it have sold for if it had 1,800 square feet. Now, I think we can all remember if it had more square feet, it would sell for more money. This number's going up. Our comp, that's not how you spell, that's an M. Our comp is inferior. So we're going to add. We're saying our comp would have sold for more money if it had more square feet. If our comp was better, we would subtract. Does that make sense? Yes? Cool. So what we're looking for is the difference. There's no difference between 3-bedroom and 3-bedroom. There's no adjustment needed to be made there. This one's got 2 baths. This one's got 2 baths. There's no adjustments to be made there. What we want is the difference in values. That is what we are looking for. The difference in the values. So that means I need to find the values of each. I need to find the value of 1,800 square feet, and I need to find the value of 1,650 square feet. Well, $75 a square foot. So if I take 1,800 times 75, I'm going to get, it's 18,000. 135. And 1,650 times 75 is
123,750.
Thank you. So the difference in values is 135 subtract 123,750. Now, do I know I could have said, oh, the difference between 1,800 and 1,650 is X and then done it that way? I can, but only for square feet. Some kind of manipulations like that will get you going the wrong way. So I always like to tell people, find the difference in the values. Find the difference in the values. So the difference between 135 and 123.75 is what?
11,250.
So that is $11,250. We're saying there's a price difference. If this house had the same square feet, it would sell at either $11,250 more or $11,250 less. Well, it's smaller. So if it had more square feet, it would have sold for more. So we're adding. We're saying 285 plus the 11,250, which is going to give me, I can do this. This is 296,250. Look at my advanced math skills adding. We're saying if this property had 1,800 square feet, it would have sold for 11,000 more, meaning we think it would have sold for 296,250. And given the idea of substitution, that means this property should probably sell for about 296,250. Yay? We feel good about this? All right.
2,000 years later.
All right. I wanted to start with some of the math, not finish the we will finish the review that I have, but I wanted to go over some of the math that was in the weekly, when I do my Wednesdays and Fridays. I wanted to do that math because it's some good stuff that we haven't really seen. Concepts you could be tested on, but these questions I haven't really given you any practice ones on. Let's do this first one. A buyer secures a loan for $186,000 at 5.5% for 30 years. He is closing on February 17th. What would be the correct entry for the interim interest on the settlement statement? Hey, Trisha. So, do we know where we're going to start? Do we have a plan of attack?
We need to start with our loan amount and our interest rate.
Yes, love it. So our loan amount is 186 times 5.5%. And that's going to give us an amount of annual interest. So let's see, 186 times 5.5%. That gave me $1,023. That's our annual interest.
I got 10,230.
Wait, let me see.
That's
right.
what I got too.
I probably missed a zero. Let's see. That doesn't make sense. When I look at my numbers, it doesn't make sense, but that's why I have you all do it. Times 5.5%. Yes, I just must have missed a zero when I was typing. I was just testing y'all. That's all. So we got the 10,230. That's annual interest. No worries, Stacy. We just started. So we know if this is annual interest, we're looking for interim interest. Can anybody explain to me what interim interest is before we attempt to do it? What is interim interest?
That's the interest that the buyer pays from the day of the closing to the end of the month.
Love it, right? So if we have a closing set for, this is February, on the 17th. That means on the 17th, you want the money to show up that day at the settlement table. So that day, they're going to collect the interest starting here and till the end of the month. So there's 28 days in February. If we were using a 360 calendar, I think for today, let's use 360 instead of the 365, just to make it easier. If we were using the 365, we would do the 28 days. If we're going to do the 360, we'll just pretend like February has 30 days. Just because it's easier math. It's just less counting out stuff sometimes. And we know normally we pay our mortgage payment in arrears. So what you pay on March 1st would be for February. But if we go ahead and collect February's interest at closing, your first payment wouldn't be until April 1st to cover March. So this is how you get that first month free. You're not getting it free. You're just paying in advance at closing. And then April 1st, you're paying in arrears. So if we know it's 10,230, we need to get the number of days between the 17th and the 30th. How many days did you all get for that?
14.
14. Very good, because we have to include the 17th, right? So we got 14 days. So it's 14 days. Now we need daily interest. So I'm going to take that 10,230 and divide by what?
360.
360, since I said we're going to do 360 today. 360, and that gives me divided by 360 equals 28.42. That's a day. And then I'm going to multiply that by 14 days. Times 14 is 397,833 or 397,83.
Yes.
Yay. Love it. Love it when that happens. Any questions on this one? All right. So let's move on. Proration problem. A property closes on September 15th. So I'm going to go ahead and draw it out here. It's our year. This is 1/1. This is 12/30. And let's say it's 2025. Whenever there's a proration problem, I still like to draw them out just so I know what's going on. And the property closed on September 15th. And that tells me that the seller owned from here to here, and that the buyer owns this property from here to there. So this is the seller's ownership time. This is the buyer's ownership time. Annual property taxes of $2,400 have not yet been paid and will be due on December 31st. We know taxes are a specific lien, so it attaches to the property, which means this December 31st is an issue, right? Like that's going to be an issue for the buyer. They're going to have to pay the entire bill. This problem is asking us to use a 365-day year. How much will the seller owe the buyer for their portion of the unpaid taxes? Well, since they asked us to do...
Wait a minute.
I was like, something's not right. These are the basic math review problems. I'm like, why do I feel like this isn't right? I'm like, why do I feel like I've done these problems before? Because I have. And I was like, why does this all seem so very familiar? This is why. Okay, now that I've got my life together. So we're going to take, since it's a 365-day year, that means it's 12/31. We'll finish today with those other questions. So you've got 12/31, 2,400 for the year. They're due on December 31st. So I'm going to take the 2,400, divide by 365 to give me daily. 2,400 divided by 365. I got $6.58 a day. Now we got to figure out how many days it is. If the buyer's going to pay in full here, we need the sellers from 1/1 until September is 9, right? 9. Give me that. 9/15. Why are you not writing? So we know we
أنا
got.
ما كنديروش بزاف من هذاك.
You said what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we got January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So January has 31 days. February has 28. March has 31. April has 30. May has 31. June has 30. July has 31. August has 31. And September, let's go ahead and say the seller gets the day of closing, is responsible for the day of closing. So that would be September 15th, 15 days here. So we need to add all of this up. We got 31 plus 28 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31 plus 31 plus 15. Now, knowing that my calculator skills are not the best, did everybody get 258 days?
Yes.
Woohoo! So this seller owes 258 days of taxes. We could have figured out how many days the buyer had it just because it's a smaller number, but the concept is going to get us to the same place either way, right? So we're going to do where did I go here? 258 days times $6.58 a day. And that's going to give me $1,697.64 if I have calculated correctly.
That's right.
Yay! Love it.
So Candace, I know you said in class it didn't matter if we did the 360 or 365. So if the question gives you the calendar year, just use that.
Yeah, if it tells you to use a calendar, so on the test, it will tell you which one to use. The test will always tell you which one to use. Anytime you're doing practice questions, if they don't tell you, I tend to use 360 just because then I don't have to do all this math. All right. But the test has to tell you. It used to be in the state of North Carolina, which is what you're talking about. It was always 360. In fact, there's a couple states where it was always 360. And then the testing provider said, haha, just kidding. It's going to be sometimes 365 too. Okay, next on our list, we have another prorations. Why don't I let you all tackle it for a second, and then we'll do it together and see if we get it right. So I'll let you tackle it. Again, it's asking you to use a 365-day a year. All right, let's talk about it. Oh, Hannah, I see you got the right answer. We love that. That means I got the right answer too. Yay. So we know, and it want to make sure that everybody knows how to draw out our timeline line. It just helps to have a visual. If you don't have a colored pencil or something, sometimes I'll be like, oh, here's the seller's date and here's the buyer's date. I'll use shapes instead of colors. Sometimes that helps. But we know the seller already paid for the whole year in advance. So we're going to take this 3,650 divided by 365, which gave us $10 a day. This buyer needs to reimburse the seller. So that's from 7/10 to 12/31. Making sure we include 22 days in July. That's a total of 175 days. At $10 a day, we got $1,750. It's a buyer debit, seller credit. Correct? Any questions on that?
Yes, I have a quick question.
Go for it.
So even though we're doing the 365 days, we still add one to July?
Yes, because you're counting the 22nd. So that I guess I'm giving in this case I gave the buyer the day of closing, and when it doesn't tell you, it should tell you. Sometimes I give it to the buyer, sometimes I give it to the seller. So if I gave it to in this case, I gave it to the buyer the day of closing. So that would include the 10th, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So that's, you get what I'm saying? 22 days. If I had done the seller gets the day of closing, it would have just been 21 days. Right? Because it's just about the actual days. The problem should tell you. The problem should tell you. If it doesn't, and I can say this because I know you're in North Carolina, if it doesn't, go ahead and assume the day of closing belongs to the seller. Because just like the 360, we used to always do it. That's what we used to do with these problems. We used to say it's always the seller gets the day of closing. But as time has gone by, they've tended to say, hey, the seller gets the day of closing. Because in some states, that's how they prorate it. Right? That makes sense? Cool. Love it. Good job. Good job. Boom. So we know our proration problems and our interim interest problems has to do with the problems where you're going to create a buyer credit, a buyer debit, a seller credit, and a seller debit. Doesn't matter what order you put it in. Chart. This is where you're figuring out how much would the buyer have to bring to closing, how much would the seller going to receive at closing. Your exams could just have you do one aspect, like number 34 talks about splitting up a rent, or it could make you do everything, like give you that long list. You want to be prepared for either way. So let's do 34. I'll give you all a minute to try it, and then we'll go over it. Just for ease, why don't we say, since we'll do it the other way, seller gets day of closing. So I'll do it the same way. Seller's getting the day of closing. What we do on this one? Do we get the same numbers? Alex, you've got, see, your name says Alex here, and I know your name is Stefan. Stefan, you're looking.
Yes.
You got the same numbers? Everybody did?
Yes. 750. 750. Oh, I got 84. What did I do wrong?
It's okay. If the change is, don't worry about the change. Most of the
Okay.
time on the test, they're going to just round up or down because it just depends on where you take it out the calculator. And Trisha, no
Okay.
worries about being on the farm. Take screenshots. And once I finish this today, I think we'll have everything. And I'm going to edit it, take out like some of these longer pauses. People can press pause and then put it on YouTube. So you'll have it. So yeah, 754 and then whatever kind of change you got. And we all made sure that we did this 319 through 331 because I said at the beginning, let's just go ahead and give the day of closing to the seller. Usually they're not going to give you the answer for whether or not the seller gets the day of closing or the buyer gets the like it usually is not going to be so close unless that is what they're specifically trying to test you on. Like this is more about how do you prorate, but they usually don't give you both answer choices. So, all right, next one, 35. Another proration, because we can never do too many prorations. Prorations are where students tend to struggle, but mine don't because we know we're going to draw out a little line map. We got a closing on October 22nd.
Miss Candace,
Yes.
quick question. If they say 2,700 on August 1st of the current year, does it mean this year or all 3 years together?
Of the current year. So, and I should probably make this easier to understand. So let's talk about this one. This one's a little different. Let's say that this seller paid for their insurance premium of August 1st. So let's make this date 8/1. They paid $2,700. So year one would be from 2025 to 2026. Then year two would be 26 to 27. And year three would be 27 to 28. So this would literally end 8/1/2028. They paid 3 years in advance on August 1st. But then they turned around on, just pretend like that's, whatever, on October 22nd, and they sold the house. So if you're the seller and you just paid for an insurance policy, I mean, it's just a couple days old. Does it make sense that the buyer could just buy into their policy? Does that make sense to everybody? Maybe they paid 3 years in advance because they got a deal. Well, if everybody is okay with it, why can't they just buy in? Right? So we're just going to do it because they told us to. So if it was $2,700 for 3 years, does it make sense that it would be $900 each year? Great. Now, this seller had the property only from 8/1 until October 22nd. From 8/1 to 10/22 is when the seller had the property. And let's do seller has the day of closing. Just cause. That means all of August, and then you would have September and then October. So August would be, since we're using a 365 day, that would be 31. And then September is 30. And then that seller, well, I shouldn't say August has 31. This one's going to be weird. They have it, the seller has it 8/1. He bought it on 8/1. Yep, never mind. Never mind. Sorry, it's not weird, but he's going to have all of August, 30, 31, all of September 30, and then since it's closing on 10/22, he's going to have 22 days in October. That makes sense to everybody? This little period right here are these dates. Now, only a couple of times will I have seen where they just really mess with you and they're like, he bought it on August 10th, and then we got to figure out how many days it was. And they made it easy this time. He bought it on the 1st. So he had all of the days of August, all of the days of September, and 22 days in October, which gives us a total of 83 days.
Mhm.
So we've got these 83 days, and now we've got to figure it out how much that would be. Well, if it's $900 a year, if we divide by 365, that's going to give me,
247.
thank you, $2.47 a day. So what we're going to do is take that 247 and we're going to multiply it by 83 days. So that's going to be 2.47 times 83. So that is 205.01. That makes sense to everybody? Now, I did it this way. You could do it the opposite way, but what I found is of that $2,700, this yellow portion right here is 25.01. That's what the seller legitimately, while the seller was living in the house, they legitimately needed that $205 worth of insurance. So doesn't that mean the buyer should pay for the rest of the policy?
Mhm.
Because this buyer owns the house from here to here. The seller paid for all of it. Now the buyer needs to give the difference. So we're going to take that 2,700 and we're going to subtract out 205.01. And I got 24.94.99. And that's going to be a buyer debit, seller credit. Again, could I have figured out how many days that was for the buyer? I could, but we're talking about years. 365 plus 365 plus, absolutely not. Ain't nobody got time for that. So it was just a lot simpler to figure out how much this seller owes and then subtracted out the 2,700. Just remember, on the test, on your real test, they're going to have to tell you, and I'll do it in a different color. They'll have to tell you who's paying the day of closing, and they have to tell you what type of year you're going to use, the 360 or the 365. Shatara, are you giving me that look? Does that make sense? This is about explaining and making sure before we leave, we understand. So talk to me.
Yes, it makes sense. I was trying to take a picture of it.
Oh, okay.
and
That's
I
fine.
couldn't hardly see.
That's that. Hey, I understand. I've got to make an eye appointment tomorrow. All right. We're good here. So let's get to it. It was number 7. And this is the one that I said, I I probably would skip. Ain't nobody got time for this. This would probably be the very last problem I would do. I would do a closing problem before I would do this one. I don't know why. I'm like volume. It's not hard. It's just, for some reason, it seems weird to me. But this person whose name I can't pronounce, their building is 90 feet by 60 feet. So it's 90 feet. Oh, that's inches. By 60 feet. And he wishes to build a sidewalk that's 5 feet wide and 6 inches thick. So that means we need to go in and we need to add another 5 feet here and another 5 feet here, right? Because now you're going to have, this going to be 5 feet on that side. Everybody see what I'm saying? And then we've got to say, oh, on the other side, this will all be 5 feet. So, I didn't extend that out the way I wanted it to. But you all can get the picture. Here we go. Does everybody get the idea here? Yes? All right. So we want to know what the sidewalk is. I think the easiest way to do this would to be find the area of the entire thing and then subtract out. I mean, does everybody get there's a number of ways you could go about doing this? Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you.
So we know that this side would be 90 plus the 5 feet plus the 5 feet. And then this side would be the 60 plus the 5 plus the 5. Does that make sense to everybody? Because area equals length times width. So we gotta, all right. So what that gives us is, where's my math here? Boop. That's gonna be 100 feet by 70 feet. Everybody gets that, right? We know there. Now we need to take the area of the building and subtract it out. So we're going to find the area of right here and take that out. So what we're left with is just the area of the sidewalk. Understand the plan? So if this is the total, so this would be, you know, we multiply this, and that would be total area. The orange would be 60 by 90, and that area would just be the building. So 90 times 60 is, what is that, 5,400? Is that right?
Yes.
You know, who would have thought those multiplication tables came in so handy when you were in 5th grade? And then 100 times 70, what is that? 70.
7,000.
It's 70,000, 7,000?
7,000.
Yeah, 7,000, yeah. So we're going to take the 7,000 and we're going to subtract out the 5,400, and that leaves us with 1,600 square feet of sidewalk. Does that make sense so far? Everybody's good with area?
Yep.
Now it's asking us about the cubic yards. Because remember, this is us looking down. This drawing is as if we're looking down. But if we're looking sideways, this would be the house over here. And then this sidewalk, it has to be filled. Does everybody get what I'm saying? We're looking at volume. So area is something that looks like this. You know, how does it look when I fill it in? And volume is what if I fill in that box? What does it look like? Does everybody understand? So does anybody know if area is length times width, How do you find volume? It is length times width times height or
Yep.
depth. So now what we can do is we can say, well, we need these. We're doing the big area. So we're going to take that, this, what am I trying to say? It would be 100 times 70 times, actually, I take that back. Ooh, this one's hard. Make sure I can say this. We know that it is, this is why I would skip this problem, but it's a good thing to know. We know that it's 1,600 square feet, and square feet is equal to length times width. So now if I take that and I add in a times depth, that would give us the depth in cubic feet. Does everybody get what I'm saying? Does that make sense, Kavani? That makes sense, Shatar? Because what I can't do is just do 100 minus 70, because that would find me the total area. And I can't just do the 90 by 60, and that wouldn't work. But I do know this is length times width. This is your total area. And now if I add depth, that will give me what I need. So I'm going to do the 1,600 times the depth. And we know the 1,600, this is going to be cubic feet. The deep is 6 inches thick. The trick to this problem is you can't put 6 here because that's 6 inches. And this is feet. We need to convert our inches to feet, which would be
0.5.
0.5. That's an easy way to mess up on this problem, is to not convert to 0.5. So what we know is that this is going to be 800 cubic feet. Does that make sense?
You lost me at the 0.5.
Okay, so would you agree that this was 90 feet, this is 5 feet, this is 5 feet, this is 60 feet? Would you agree with that? Yes? And how thick it is 6 inches. This is inches, and this is feet. We can't do that. You can't have apples and oranges together. So what we need to do is turn our inches into feet. 6 inches is 6 out of 12. There's 12 inches in a foot. So 6/12 equals 1/2, which equals 0.5. Make sense now? Yes. All right. So I'm doing, this was equal to the 1,600 square feet times the 0.5 feet, and that gives us 800 cubic feet. Everybody good? Now, again, this is why I wouldn't do this problem. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'd be like, okay, because I have to take my time to conceptualize. Like in my head, I wish y'all could see it. There's like a box, and I'm moving the box around to try to figure it out because this stuff does not come naturally to me. Now what we need to do is say, let's put it in cubic yards. Does everybody understand the concept of cubic yards? Did we play the cubic yards? Did I play the cubic yards video in class with the 5th graders?
Oh, I think you made us watch it.
Okay, well, let's watch it again because I have some people that aren't in the regular class. And when I do this recording, I'm going to need y'all to see it. So let me pull it up here for you. So now that we understand volume, what we figured out is that this sidewalk is 800 cubic feet, but the problem is asking us for cubic yards. And we know that 1 cubic yard is equal to 27 cubic feet. We just learned that, correct? So I'm going to take this 800 and what am I going to do with that? Am I going to multiply it by 27 or am I going to divide it by 27? 800 divided by 27. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes? And what do you get when you take the 800 and divide it by 27?
29.63.
Yep. Making our answer here. 29.63. 29.63 cubic yards. Now, having said that, do I think it's important that you understand the concept? Absolutely. Does anybody have the time to take, unless you're a math whiz, can you see why I would say save this problem for absolute last? If you're like, oh, that makes sense if I really think about it real hard, save this problem for last. I will. When I take my Michigan exam, I'll be like, no, absolutely not. Not today, Satan. And that's okay. Can I do it? Yes. I've seen questions where they'll ask about sidewalks. I've seen questions where they'll say, hey, here's a building with a roof, and they want you to, figure out how much area is in there, and you got to do the triangle area. I promise you all, when I go to take this test, if they're like, figure out the area, including the roof, I'll be like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I will straight get. I'm not going to hurt my brain that way. And yes, Trisha, it's a video that's on YouTube. I'll put it in the chat, but in this recording, I'm also going to put it in the link. An 8-year-old building was worth $190,000 after depreciating at a rate of 3% per year. What was its original value? Do we have any idea how we would start this? No. Okay, Kwani, I like the honesty. I like it. You're like, absolutely not. I don't know. My name's Bennett. Hire an accountant. I understand. So here's what I like to do. We know in year 0, when it was brand new, its value was an unknown amount. That's what we're looking for. We know 8 years later, it's worth $190,000. Cool. So you see what I did there? I said, hey, in the beginning, it's worth something that we're looking for. We don't know how much it is. 8 years later, it's worth less money. It's going down in value. So now it's worth 190, and there have been 8 years. So we know each year it lost 3%. It lost 3%. It lost 3%. It lost 3%. But we're doing that 8 times. So if I do 3% 8 times, then that tells me I've lost 24% of its value. Everybody understand? So if I'm looking at this and I said, oh, looky here, when it was first built, it was at $0. And then, let's say how many ever years later, it's not worth $0. Shouldn't say that. It's worth its total original cost. And then at the end of its life, it's worth $0. We know that this number is the most, like right here, this is 24% of its value, and what we've got left over is 76% of its value. Does everybody see what I'm saying there? Yes? So we know that $190,000 is 76% of the original value. And does everybody know how to solve for that? We would take the 190,000 and divide by 76%. And we get $250,000. That concept of understanding, hey, if now it's worth 190 and we know eventually it's worth 0 and we had an original amount, that concept is very similar to the net to seller problem. And they can ask you problems using this idea that the net to seller, if you remember those, where this is the total the seller has to sell it for, and then this was the 6% commission, and then this up here was the everything but commission. It is testing the same concept. Do you understand that your total is 100%? And then this would be 94%. Could they do this to you? Yes. In fact, back in the day, they used to do this to you a lot. And since the test is ever changing, I always like to make sure you all understand the concepts so you don't freak out if you see it. When in doubt, especially with time, draw it out. How do we feel about that one? Good. Number 22. Flattery. Who came up with these names? Flattery, can it just be George? It's George now. How does one say it? Anybody? Nothing? I got nothing. Okay. So George's mortgage loan is for $200,000 and carries an annual interest rate of 6%. His monthly payments are $1,200. How much will the principal be reduced by on the second monthly payment? Is this the one you all want to try on your own first, or you want to just see me do it? Usually silence means you want to see me do it. That's usually what silence means. Okay. So when I get these problems, I like to set it up like our amortization schedule. I know that we have an original balance. We make a monthly P&I payment. Part of it is interest. Part of it is principal. And then we take that principal, subtract it off our original balance, and then we get a new balance. And then you make a payment 1, and then there's asking us for payment 2. So we got to do this twice. For me, setting it up this way means I can always go back and see what I'm doing. The test could ask you once, in theory, could ask you twice, but usually nowadays it's only once. So this is how I would do it. I fill in my information. The original balance is $200,000. My monthly payment is $1,200. And to figure out how much of that is principal and how much of that is interest, I don't know anything about the principal except the original total. What I do know about the interest is that it's 6% annually. It's 6% annually. So what I can do is say, hey, if I borrowed $200,000 for 1 year, I would be paying 6% for the year. That would give me interest for a year. Like I would be paying back $200,000 plus 6% of $200,000, which is $12,000. If I borrowed that money for a year. But I haven't borrowed this money for a year. This is my mortgage payment. It's only been 1 month, like we talked about earlier. So I'm not paying you $12,000. I will, however, pay you 1/12 of $12,000, which even I can do that math. That's $1,000. For borrowing that money for 30 days, for a month, I owe you $1,000. So I'm writing a check for $1,200, but 1,000 of it goes to the interest that I owe you for 1 month. How do I find how much is principal then? I subtract, because if I know an amount of principal and interest and I take out the interest, that's going to leave me with principal. So if I know it's 1,200 and I know that there's 1,000, that leaves me with $200. You may have written your check for $1,200, but you only reduced how much you owe the bank by $200. Making your new balance, if you make your first payment and then win the lottery, you'll be paying the bank back $800? Yeah. Woohoo! You're making big strides now, people. But that's not our answer. Because now, the next month, you no longer owe $200,000. I don't want to pay interest off of $200,000. I don't owe you $200,000 anymore. I would like to pay interest off of I don't want to, but I'd rather pay interest off the $199,800. So now I've got to do this math again. What doesn't change is my $1,200. I pay that for the life of the loan if it's a fully amortized loan. How much of it is interest, though, is going to go down, and how much is principal is going to go up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this $199,800. I'm going to multiply it by 6%, and then I'm going to divide it by 12. Does everybody see this math is the same? We're just changing our original amounts. So 199,800 times 6% divided by 12. I got $999. Woohoo! $1 more towards your principal. Which means this time $201 is going towards principal, making your new total, what is that? 199, that would be 599. And the question is asking, how much of this principal will be reduced by the second? How much will the principal be reduced? So we want the 201. In this case, if you can't remember how to do this problem, I think everybody knows it's not going to be reduced by more than what you owe, than what you paid. You could eliminated C and D. You only paid like $1,200 a month. Okay. Now you get these two numbers. We know that one was for the first month and the other was for the second month, but we also know in payments, interest goes down, but principal goes up. So by process of elimination, even if you didn't do all the math, you could probably figure out the answer was 201. And you know what? Quite honestly, if that's how you get to the right answer, I don't care, because that tells me you understand the concept. And that is more important to me than anything. So tell me how we feel about that. Does it help to see it again? And we all understand this little chart.
Yep, it's good.
Cool. Because that chart can help you. They might give you a number like, let's change colors. They could give you a problem and say, hey, the last payment that was made, $489 went to principal. What was what was the previous, like, what's the balance that was based off of? Come on. Write for me here. What is this based off
Can you
of?
repeat that again?
The problem might say, hey, all the information, except they wouldn't give you $200,000. They would say, George makes a monthly payment of $1,200. If this month $489 went to principal, what was his original payment? What was that based off of? How much does he owe the bank? And I could figure that out. Y'all are like, what? But let me show you. We're just doing the math backwards.
You just add and divide.
Yeah. Well, we know the payment was $489. The payment was $1,200 and $489 was principal. That means the difference would be how much it is in interest. So 1,200 subtract 489, totally making up numbers. That's 711. 711 is a month of monthly interest. This is the equivalent of me saying right here, whatever this number is times whatever that number is, which is that number divided by 12 is 489. Or since I did it this way, 489 is the equivalent of taking divided by 12 times 6%. And what is this number? Does everybody see the correlation there? That's your monthly interest. So if we multiply the 489, which is monthly, by 12, we'll get annual. So 489 times 12, that gives me 5868 for annual interest. And I know that annual interest is 6% of whatever the remaining balance is. So that means I'm going to do 5868 divided by 6%. And that's going to give me 97,800. So if you're making a payment where $489 is your principal, it's because what you still owe the bank was 97,800. And after you make this payment of $489, you'll owe them $97,311. And then the next month, you're going to make a payment of $1,200. And you're going to figure out how much of it is interest, which will tell you how much is principal, which will give you this new number. It literally just goes bloom, 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 bloom. So they could, and we started with, hey, what was the principal reduced by? But also they could have given us, this is the principal amount or the interest amount. They could give us either one, really. And what was this balance? I really, really do encourage you to write out this chart if you're given something like this. Yay? Okay. All right, number 45. Perkins bought 11 lots for $21,000 each. Okay, Perkins got money. You single? He keeps 4. Hey. He keeps 4 and sells the remaining lots for a total of $28,000 more than he originally paid for all of them. What was the average sales price of each lot that he sold? Again, I'm transparent with you. I don't care. I don't care how much he paid per lot. However, and I said this in class yesterday, if my mom was using a realtor to help her make a financial decision, I need to know that real estate agent can do basic math, understands basic math principles. Is this a good investment? Is it not a good investment? So yes, I do encourage you all as agents to understand these concepts. Do I care? No. But I want the person helping my mom to care? Yes. And could I be the person helping your mom? Yeah. So you want me to be able to do this. So let's start it from the beginning. For me, I know he bought 11 lots at $21,000 a piece. So his total cost was is that right? No, I must have hit the wrong number there. Okay, that's not can't be right.
231,000.
Yeah, I had millions on mine, so I must have hit the wrong button. I was like, no, that's not right. 11 times 21,000 equals, yes, that's much better. $231,000 was his total cost. Okay. He kept 4 and sells the remaining lots. So if you had 11 and you subtract 4, how many lots does he have left? 7. He's got 7 lots, right? And he says it's 7 lots for a total of $28,000 more than he originally paid for all of them. Well, he had 7 lots. He sold them at some amount of money each. And that answer was he got the 231 plus $28,000 more. Everybody see what I'm doing there? Yes? So what I can do is, I could say there were 7 lots at some amount is 231 plus 28 is 259. Make sense? That's $259,000. So if we want to know the average sales price of each lot that he sold, he had those 7 lots at $259,000. So I'm going to take $259,000 and divide by 7.
37,000.
There you go. I know that you all can do this. Because if I had said, we're having a party, y'all, and we're splitting the cost, and I paid $84, and I just wanted you to know that I got 102 donuts. You'd be like, Candace, you spent $84 on donuts. And then your mind would have been like, well, how much is that per donut? You would have been, let me take this $84 and let's divide it by 102. And then you would have figured out 184 divided by 102. You pay 82 cents per donut. You don't like, did everybody get what I'm saying? So you can do this math. This math and this math are exactly the same. But when we got smaller numbers and it's donuts, it seems a lot less scary. But the math concept is the same. Understood? Okay. This was one I skipped because it took the picture. So I went ahead and cut out the picture so we could do it. So based off of this picture, how many square feet are there in the house? Now, you see, Kavani, I saw that. Stop playing. How many square feet are in the house? So what are we going to do? Well, we got to figure out the square feet in the house. And you can do this one of 2 ways. You could say, hey, let me pretend like there is a whole box here, whole square. Find the area of the square and then find out the area of this imaginary piece and subtract it out.
Mm-hmm.
Does everybody see that is an option?
Yep.
Great. Or what you could do is you could say, hey, let me find the area of this rectangle and let me find the area of this rectangle, and then I can add them together. I think that it just depends on, You know how some, like, and I know it's corny. Some people see the glass half empty. Some people see the glass half full. Like, which do you see? Is the dress, gold, or is it what?
I
It
think
just
it's
depends.
easier to do. I think it's easier to do like what you said, the first option, but that's just me.
And you know what? I don't think in all my years of teaching, I've not figured out why some people find it easier to do one than the other. Because I definitely find it easier to do number 2. So you all tell me, because you all are the ones here. I'll do it both ways. How about that? I'll do it both ways. So way number 1 will be over here. Way number 2 will be over here. So way number 1, well, if I make that green square, I know it would be 50 feet by 40 feet. Because I know area is equal to length times width. So 50 feet, 5 times 4 is 20, plus my 2 zeros, I have 2,000 square feet. Right? So once I have that 2,000 square feet, now I got to figure out what this little box here is. Well, if the entire line from here to here is 50 feet, and this piece is 24 feet, what does it make this piece right here? 50 minus 20. It would be 50 minus 24, which is equal to 26 feet. Everybody sees that, yeah? And we do the same thing over here. If the whole line from here to here is 40 feet, and this piece is 24 feet, what does it make that piece there?
16.
So I will do 40 minus 24 equals 16. So that means this little square is 26 times 16 feet to get area. That's 416?
Yes.
So I take the 2,000 feet, I subtract out the 416 feet, and I get 1,584.
Yep.
All right, that's one way. I'm going to do it the other way. I'm going to erase. The other way to do it is to say, hey, look at this imaginary line right there. Let's find the area of A. I mean, it's the same amount of math. And let's find the area of B. This is A, this is B. So for A, I would say, oh, it's 50 feet by 24 feet. Helps if I have that 4 there. So 50 times 24 equals 3,600. Did I do that right? 24 feet by 50 feet. Yeah, 24 feet by 50 feet. 3,600. No, I can't possibly. That can't possibly be right. What am I doing wrong?
I have 1,200.
I must have typed it wrong. 50 times 24. Yep. Once again, Candace has proven that typing a number into the calculator is very important. I was like, that can't possibly be right. But can everybody understand why I was like, that's not right? I know that's not right. There's no way the house can be bigger. One part of the house can be bigger than the other. All right, I got you. So that is 1,200. Thank you. 1,200 feet squared. And then B, see if I can do my calculator right this time, would be 24 feet by whatever this piece is, which we figured out last time, that was 16, right? This piece right here is 16. So 24 by 16 equals 384 feet. That sounds much better. So 1200 plus 384 equals 1584. There's no right or wrong. No matter how many times I teach this, this is a concept, and like some people see it A, some people see the part, this way, some people see it this way. It's your choice. So we know it's 1584. It says, what percentage of the area of the lot is taken up by the house? Well, the house is 1584 square feet. We understand that. How do we find the area of the lot? It's still going to be length times width. It's going to be 75 times 120. That's 9,000 square feet. So we're comparing 1584 square feet to 9,000 square feet. We're saying 1584 is what percentage of 9,000? Which means I'm going to take, hold on, it's my dad. Oli, Papa.
Hey, what's up?
I'm still teaching. I just wanted to make sure I answered.
What did you teach at 5 o'clock or 2 o'clock?
I had another class to teach.
Hey, sorry about that. Look, talk to you later. No,
Okay.
no big thing.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So 1584 divided by 9,000 is 0.176, which we move our decimals, Dr. Pepper, that's going to be 17.6%. Make sense? I just had a thought. Wouldn't it be hilarious if my actual Uncle Ray called and I got to say, y'all, Uncle Ray is calling? It would confuse y'all. Y'all be like, AI is calling you, Candace? Get out the house. Skynet is coming. You would. All right, and there's just 3 more. So we'll get through this. Yeah, we got time. We'll get through this. Is this helping? Yes? Okay. Nadell, okay, we're going to call this person, I think Nadell. I can say that. Nadell buys a new house costing $188,000.
Candace.
Yellow lines on the screen. What is those?
I don't know. Oh, that is one of you all. Did that just happen? All right. Next problem. Nadell buys a new house costing $188,000. Land value is 15% of the total price. If the house contains 1733 square feet, what is the cost per square foot of the house alone, not including the land? So before I even do this, does everybody see this is just a mix of all the other skills we've done? Great. So I'm going to take this 188 and I want to find 85% of it. Why? Because if the total value is 188K and 15% of it is the land, doesn't that mean this is 85%? So I could find 188 times 15%, find that number, subtract it out. But we've seen how good my calculator skills are. So I like to take the path of least Candace having to put numbers in. So 188 times 15, oh, dang it, 188 times 85%, I got 159,800. Right? That is the value of the structure, the improvement. The house contains 1,733 square feet. So we want to know what's the cost per square foot. Isn't this the donuts all over again? It's the donuts all over again. I'm saying, hey, I paid $159,800 for 1,733 square feet. So 159,800 divided by 1,733. And that was, why did I get the wrong number?
I got 92.21.
That has to just be the right answer choices, right? Like, there's no way those can be the answers. Nobody is paying $3,000 a square foot and $1,407 a square foot. That just has to be Candace can't type. That's what that is, right? What number is this? 65? Yes. I was looking at the wrong. I don't know what these were supposed to be, but our answer choices were not that. Again, this can't happen on your test. I just like to keep y'all on your toes. What we really had was 1644, 9221, 109, 64, and 127.20. So now that I have the right answer choices, what do we know the answer to be?
B.
There we go. Good job, guys. Bad job, Candace. Good job, you all. All right. A broker listed a house for $350,000 at a 6% commission. The eventual sales price was $315,000. How much less was the broker's commission than it would have been if the house had sold at the listed price? So we're saying, well, what's the price difference here? Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. This is actually a really helpful problem. Because if you think about it, as agents, we get paid the more somebody spends. So it is a very reasonable thing for a buyer to say, well, how do I know you're just not going to want me to buy at $350 instead of $315 so you can make more money? You can show them the difference of how much this would be. So we're just going to do, the long way to go about it would be 350 times 6%, and then the 315 times 6%, which 350 times 6% is 21,000, and 315 times 6% is 18,900. So the difference between that 2,100. Now, I could be completely embarrassing myself, but let's see. Couldn't I just take the 350, subtract the 315, which would be 35, and multiply that by 6%? Yeah, 6%. Yep. That's what I like about math. I don't like math, but I like that you could do either of these depending on what makes sense to you. Yep. All right. And last but not least, how many square feet in 1 1/4 acres? What is the magic number? How many square feet in an acre, y'all?
43,560.
There we go. 43,560. So if it's 1¼ acres, we're going to have the 43,560 plus the 1/4 acre. So whatever my number is, it better be bigger than 43,560. Now, 2 acres would be 86. So boom, that's not going to be it. And 10,890 is smaller than an acre. So off the bat, couldn't we just say, hey, it's got to be B or C? It's got to be B or C. At the very least, if you're going to guess, if you're going to say, hey, I'm not doing this math, at least get it down so that you have a 50-50 chance instead of a 25% chance of guessing right. Well, if it's 1/4 acre, if I take 43,560, myself, I would just do times 1.25 because 1.25 is 125%. And that would give me an answer. 43,560 times 125%, which is 54,450. That's how I would do it. But I'm very comfortable with this fraction decimal thing. If you're not as comfortable, you could have said 43,560 times 25%, which I just happen to know after 17 plus years of teaching is 10,890. It makes sense? So now I can do 43,560 plus the 10,890, which will be 54,450. Again, this makes sense to me because I'm comfortable with the percentages and the decimals. There is nothing wrong with doing it this way too. It's just a matter of what you feel most comfortable with. For a minute there, I thought I didn't press record and I was literally going to have a coronary. Like I thought I was going to die. So you've got to be kidding me. But I did press record. Whew. And that, boys and girls, is all the math. You still have 15 minutes with me. Are there any more types of math you would like me to find a problem of and do? Is there a type of math? Do not say a closing problem. We ain't got time for a closing problem. But is there any other type of math that you would like to see me do or want to go over?
I do.
Okay.
Well, I gotta figure out how to explain it. But like on some of the questions, it'll give you like three different prices of a house, and they want you to find like the average or something like that. Or what would you list the house for?
All right. Now I'm doing number 4 because it's already laid out. Like usually for these problems, you need to graph something like this thing. Like you need to, there's a comp, there's an adjustment amount, there's a comp, there's an adjustment amount, something like that. You get what I'm saying there? I'm just taking the easy road because this one already has a graph. I don't have to draw it out and it makes it easier for me. But the problem would probably look something like this. But it would have the information for 3. So this one says an appraiser has been asked to appraise a house, and it only gives you one comparable property that sold 4 months ago. What you're talking about is the same type of problem here, but with 3 comps. Does that make sense? Are you sure?
Well, not it doesn't say like it's not comparing the houses. It just have maybe like one house sold for $250, one house sold for $275, and one sold for $127. And is asking what would you list a price for?
Well, in real life, let's say these were the comps, right? In real life, what you would do is figure out which comp is most like your subject. So let's say in this case, let's see, it's 1800 single car garage with 2 baths, single, this doesn't even have a garage, 1800. I would say this one is the closest, right? And what I can do in the real world, I get to decide. When you're doing a CMA, you should be using closed properties. But then I would do basically a CMA similar style and include properties that are on the market today. And looking, I know that price should be whatever I list it should be probably more than like the 220. Because if I go less than 220, then this house is less money. So it should be more than the 220. If the subject has 1,800 square feet and mine has 1,700 square feet, the subject should sell for a little bit more than 220. So in real life, looking at what else is on the market, you want your house to be the house that sold first. So just in general, I might sell this for, maybe 232,500. I just don't know what the other, what's on the market now. And it's completely your opinion. All right. That is your opinion. If they're asking you for a listing price, unless for some reason, if your teacher, I guess you could add all three together and come up with an average, but that's not the best way to come up with a listing price because, this house doesn't have a garage. It's way less square feet. It's sold 4 months ago. Could still be in COVID. Like, it's just not a good comp. So you don't want to give it as much influence over the list price as you would this one. Usually, if they're asking you to do a problem like this, they're wanting you to make the adjustments. You're saying, hey, if comp 1 had these features, what would it have sold for? But that means they got to tell you all these assumptions. Hey, how much is a half bath worth? How much is a full bath worth? How much is a garage worth? Except they'll lay it out like this. Assuming construction cost to be $50 per square foot, half bath to be $1,400, like that. So it's got to be one of the two. But if you have the problem and you email it to me, we can set up a time and we can do it together and I can look at it. But
okay, I'll try to find it.
Yeah, try to find it, but that's going to be one of your two problems. Either it's going to ask you to find the indicated value, or it's going to be, I honestly, if it's got 3, it's your opinion. That's why I hate CMAs. Because you could do a CMA and be like, I think it should sell for 232.5. I could do a CMA, choose completely different comps, and I could tell that person confidently, I think you could sell this for $253,750. But it all depends on the comps I choose for my CMA. And neither of us is wrong. You can make a CMA say whatever you want it to say. I don't think I could make a CMA say this house is worth $700,000, but within the range of $315,000 to $199,000, I can choose comps. If that's really what's similar in the neighborhood, I could choose comps that would support whatever I wanted it to. Make sense? All right. Any other types of problems real quick? Sorry, I couldn't give you an exact answer for that one.